Where are you currently employed?
I am employed at TEC Incorporated, also known as the Engineering Corps.
Can you give the court just a brief glimpse into your prior experience in the field?
Certainly. After graduating from college, I worked for another private firm with a focus on transportation and traffic engineering, and that was with Nessang and Russlin. Following that, I worked at a firm called CityNet Telecommunications, doing infrastructure coordination, inspection. Then worked at CLD in Manchester, New Hampshire, doing transportation and traffic engineering. And then started my work with, and then shortly thereafter, ownership in TEC.
In the course of your transportation engineering experience, have you worked on private sector projects roughly similar in size to the Oxford Land Ventures proposal in Oxford?
I have.
And on about how many occasions?
Hundreds. I've worked on projects of a similar scale. I've worked on projects of a much more intense nature. I've worked on small projects. As a growing firm, we work on both the public and the private side, but I have experience in both.
And during the course of that experience, are you generally the chief or lead person at tech handling that matter?
I am.
So you would be supervising the people under you?
That is correct.
Are you a member of any professional associations?
Yes, the Institute of Transportation Engineers, other chambers of commerce, having prior certifications in the International Municipal Signals Association, a different organization, Worcester County Highway Association, and a number of others.
Have you testified in court before as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
On approximately how many occasions?
I want to say 4 or 5 times, one of which was in Lane Court a couple of years ago.
And has your testimony always been accepted by the court?
Yes, it has.
How did you come to be involved in the incident matter?
I was retained by the town of Oxford in a peer review capacity to essentially be a technical advisor for the Oxford Planning Board through town staff.
And have you served as a peer reviewer on other occasions?
Hundreds of occasions.
And we're talking about communities in Massachusetts?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do to prepare yourself for the task here?
I reviewed all the relevant documents that were submitted to me. I reviewed the letters that I published along with one of my colleagues who was doing some of the civil engineering review that we had submitted to town staff and to the planning board. I reviewed the decision, the remanded decision, and other related documents that were presented through the court system.
So just sticking with the traffic issue here, and I know you have another hat as well, but sticking with traffic, did you review the plan set that was submitted for the proposed warehouse?
I did.
Did you review the TIA that was submitted first in 2021, revised in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And did you make comments on that in the course of your peer review work?
Yes, I did.
Any other documents that you saw in the file that were crucial in terms of your work?
There were several different revisions of the study, the traffic study, and/or other memoranda. Subsequent sets of plans that were refined over the course of the application review by the planning board, but all of them were focused on the site plan, off-site plans, and traffic study, as far as my expertise.
Did you bring any particular professional standards to play in your review?
Yes, I did.
What were they?
The ones that we would customarily review in a peer review capacity to do the checks and balances to make sure that the applicant's traffic engineer had responsibly prepared the study. So those standards could be the Mass DOT TIA guidelines, or traffic impact assessment guidelines, the publication called Trip Generation by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, elements of what would relate to intersection safety that might be published by the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, or AASHTO, in what they call the Green Book, policy on the geometric design of highways and streets, and several other customarily referenced technical standards.
Did you go to the planning board public hearings for the first round of special permitting?
Yes, I don't remember exactly how many I was at, but I was at least one to provide direct testimony to the board.
All right, so roughly in late 2021, you received a TIA prepared by Kevin Soley of Soley Engineering LLC. What did you do?
I reviewed that study along with the related site plans and off-site improvement proposals to go through the entire study to make sure that the pieces and parts were responsibly prepared.
So when you say pieces and parts, I want to check some boxes here just so that we can put them aside. Did Mr. Soley adequately prepare, for example, an analysis of the crash data?
Yes, he did.
And did, in your opinion, he prepare an adequate analysis of trip distribution?
Yes, as it relates to peak hour flows, yes.
Did he prepare an adequate estimate of total volume that would be generated?
Yes, conservatively so, but yes, he did.
When you say conservatively so, what do you mean by that?
Mr. Soley prepared the study based on trip generation estimates based on the number of employees. The other alternative would be to use the gross floor area of the proposed warehouse as another independent variable.
So does the ITE trip generation manual use number of employees, or does it use gross floor area?
It has,
I'm speaking specifically with regard to land use code 150, which has been bandied about here in the trial.
correct, and with land use code 150 for warehousing, the most often employed independent variable is floor area, total floor area. But for a high degree of conservatism, Mr. Soley elected to use the projected employee count of what I believe was 600 employees to provide the summary for daily trips and peak hour trips.
And what's the...
What do you mean by conservative? Does that mean conservative means you're gonna end up estimating more trips than might be there, or?
Yes, Your Honor. He was conservatively high in his estimate of the number of trips that would be generated by this facility.
Okay.
Whereas if he was to use the floor area count, it would be, on daily count, it would be less than half of that, and on a peak hour basis, it would be roughly 1/3 of what he actually used. So it was a high degree of estimation, higher than he necessarily needed to do, but as traffic engineers, we're often on the more conservative side,
Okay,
rather than underestimating trips.
all right, thank you.
Do you have an estimate for the court, or do you know the numbers that you generated in your peer review for the land use code 150 total trip generation?
I will always review to make sure that the estimates are accurate, because there are things like average rates versus what they call fitted curve rates. And even if there was a delta between those two, I'm often looking to make sure that the projections were accurate. In this case, when I looked at it based on floor area, the number of trips in a peak hour was right around 80 trips. So I think it was 78 to 81 in any particular AM or PM peak hour. And on a daily basis, it was just shy of 800 trips. In contrast to...
That was for 150 using gross floor area.
That is correct.
What was it, if you recall, for the employee study that Mr. Soley did?
So what they used in the study was much higher based on the employee count, and it was between 300 and 400 trips in the peak hours and just shy of 2,000 trips a day for the daily basis.
So taking just the daily trips, it would be roughly 2,000 versus 800?
Approximately, yes.
Did Mr. Solly use that methodology throughout his various figures where he assigned distribution and number of trips coming down Millbury and other figures in his TIAs that we looked at already?
Correct. So the way we as traffic engineers prepare the study and the estimate of where that traffic may come from or go to, and we're typically looking at the peak hour because it has the greatest influence of background traffic that might be commuter traffic based, say from 7 to 9 a.m. or 4 to 6 p.m. And then using U.S. Census data and what they refer to as journey to work data for those that might work in Oxford. Where do they live? So that's widely published data that we all reference to provide that estimate of where that employee base may come from, to have a fair and reasonable representation of who might use the different routes that might be convenient to the site.
In your review of Mr. Sully's work, he never bounced back and forth between employee-based calculations and Code 150 violations, trips, did he?
No, in fact, between a couple of the submissions, the floor area increased in size to what I believe was 450,000 square feet, but because he based it on employees, it was still roughly a threefold high estimation of what might use the public street system in front of the site.
Thank you. So, what, if anything, struck you about Mr. Sully's first TIA and the proposals he had for traffic management at the facility?
Overall, the report was professionally prepared, and it's rare that I won't have a comment. But overall, I felt that the study area was adequate. And as part of any of the reviews that we do, I will personally drive the roadways to understand the context and character of the street system as part of what I review. I don't recall the exact comments that I had for the first submission of the TIA, but there would be things like trying to quantify the level of truck activity, which wasn't very clear in the first version, although I had no reservations about the conservatively estimated total number of trips. They didn't necessarily do a breakout of what of those trips might be trucks.
Do you recall whether or not the first TIA involved no left turn out of the site driveway?
No, it did not.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 8, which is in Volume 1 in front of you.
Yes, I have it available.
What
You
is it?
said Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Guys are faster than me. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you tell the court what Exhibit 8 is, if you recognize it?
It is our first comprehensive peer review letter dated January 5th, 2022, co-signed by myself and my colleague, Peter Ellison.
Call your attention to the page 7 of 8, where traffic impact and access study comments are made, beginning with paragraph 61.
Yes.
Some of these are, I think they're housekeeping, but I want to talk first about paragraph 63. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
So when you say that provided a trip generation and distribution for the employee commute, that means Mr. Solely used employee-based trip distribution numbers instead of floor area calculations. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
And is there anything else noteworthy about paragraph 63? You asked him to specifically provide trip distribution and generation for anticipated truck traffic. What was your expectation there?
So as far as the truck traffic, trip generation and distribution, as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, that there were not any real details about separating out those truck trends from the general automobile trends, but also to give a degree of travel time information so that that could be used to complement his prior analyses to assess the likelihood of where folks would come from, whether they're commuting or for truck-based traffic.
And the commuting is the next sentence. For employee-related commuting traffic, provide travel time information to assess potential level of passenger car traffic. Is that what we've come to recognize as the commute to work information that you can get from where the various employees will originate their trips?
Well, the foundation is an approximate percentage of the work population that may come from other adjacent towns or regionally. But if it wasn't complemented with other potential travel time route options, although there was a good broad brush estimate of the number of trips, to then understand in more detailed fashion who might come via Millbury Road in lieu of other roads like Central Turnpike or Sutton Ave, which lies to the south, or Route 20, which lies to the north.
So this is your initial review, and is this fair to say that you're simply asking Mr. Sully to fill in some blanks that he has?
Yes.
Paragraph 64 talks about if the site is to be converted to a last mile customer-oriented warehouse, you basically have to do another traffic study. Why is that the case?
I have personal experience with those last mile facilities, both in review capacity and as traffic engineer of record, and those facilities have a very different type of environment for transportation instead of what was being proposed, which was more of that wholesale distribution warehouse.
And when you say very different characteristic, how so?
I liken it to a beehive of activity with a bunch of smaller, locally oriented delivery trucks. You know, that anybody that's seen FedEx or Amazon or the like, not only do they receive larger trucks, but they have a number of trucks that might leave the facility in a number of different local routes that might infiltrate the local street system with a higher degree of the distribution truck type traffic, even if they're smaller, than what was proposed to be that wholesale distribution facility. So it was really for sake of making sure through the process in our capacities that everybody understood that there was an operational difference between those types.
Would a last mile facility be under code 150 as the land use code to apply here?
Not traditionally.
So it would have to come in with an estimate of trips under some other land use code, probably a higher number in the 150s.
That is correct, but I will say that because of the high degree of conservatism with the employee count-based effort, to go to the actual aggregated number of total trips for something like a last mile facility, it would be slightly higher than what Sully had estimated. But again, it's not just about the total number of trips, but the characteristics of those trips that I was bringing attention to the board and to staff and the applicant to make sure that at least I had a firm understanding that it wasn't going to be a last mile facility, because that changed my perspective on the type of truck trips in particular.
Call your attention to the next page, paragraph 69.
Yes.
So this talks about truck traffic on Millbury Road, and your second sentence says the applicant should identify measures to prohibit truck access, except those trucks using 395 and 12 Depot Road to the west should consider restricting exiting traffic to right turn only. This is your comment again in the first review. Have you had any conversations with Mr. Solly about this potential?
Yes, I did, but I know, there's another part to comment 69. At the beginning of that sentence, where it did opine that Millbury Road and the easterly end of Depot are not appropriate for regular levels of truck traffic given the rural setting. So again, as part of what we would do at the commencement of our peer review effort is to, again, drive those facilities, but I want to bring attention to the word regular levels, not any truck traffic, but regular levels of traffic that I felt would be inappropriate. And therefore, as we could identify measures that might be operational in nature or physical, as part of physical changes to the driveway geometry, that might help dissuade or eliminate that potential.
But at the time you wrote this TIA peer review letter in January of 2022, Mr. Solly had not yet decided that he would design a right turn only intersection at the site drive.
That is correct.
Lastly, let's take a look at the final comment here, 70. Planning board should consider a post-occupancy traffic monitoring requirement similar to what MassDOT does as part of NEPA. What exactly did you mean by that?
This is a way of documenting the data, the post-occupancy condition after the facility is up and operational and generating its trips, to make sure that the actual trends could match what was projected. So this is not a unique suggestion. This is something that we've dealt with through the MEPA process, the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act process, for our own projects, or suggested to our municipal clients during a peer review process to make sure that there is a belt and suspenders approach to that monitoring. So if the projections were not accurate, there's a means by which they can evaluate and or provide enforcement through conditions, etc., to make sure that it does represent what was intended.
And how long did you recommend that the monitoring program continue?
We had recommended that they provide a 1-year post-occupancy study, but typically the review process, to make sure that it's given a fair chance of settling in, to do it after 1 year, but typically that's done for a period of 5 years to make sure that the trends, you see some consistency in what the facility is generating.
Thank you. Did Mr. Solly make any changes as a result of your period?
Yes, it did.
And when did you get a chance to look at those?
On several different occasions, although the site characteristics changed significantly based on our peer review and input from the town, Conservation Commission and others, essentially the orientation of the site moved with the driveway on the easterly side of the site to the westerly side of the site, closer to 395. And although the access point on Depot Road stayed in a generally similar location, there are characteristics that changed in subsequent portions of the study, such as we had asked them to document, because they were originally proposing a traffic signal at their driveway. And based on my experience and the numbers that I saw, it didn't warrant a signal. So we asked them to assess that. They did that not only with us, but with their comments to the state, because the state highway limits are immediately adjacent to the driveway. But other things about access controls, such as restricting the lefts out of the site.
In the first TIA that you reviewed, was this the location of the access driveway as per chalk? See?
Yes, that appears accurate.
And when Mr. Solly responded to your peer review comments, did he respond with an access driveway located as per Shaw.
Yes.
Did you respond to the chart as set forth on chart B?
That is
Sorry,
correct.
what chalk is that?
B.
B.
And the key difference between A and, is it C and D? The key difference between C and B is that the driveway has now moved to the rear of the property, whereas on C, the driveway runs along the railroad line. Is that fair?
Correct.
And did Mr. Solly make any other changes that you recall to the size of the facility?
Yes, in that interim period between reviews, they increased the size of the facility from somewhere shy of 400,000 square feet to 450,000 square feet.
All right. I'd like you to look at Exhibit 9.
Yes.
What is it?
It is our second peer review letter dated February 28, 2022.
And does this second peer review letter take into account the relocated driveway?
I just want to verify the timing of it. Yes.
And does it take into account the larger size of the proposed warehouse? We go to your introductory paragraph, fourth line.
Yes, thank you.
You see that?
Yes, it migrated from 345,000 square feet and change up to 450,000 square feet.
All right, so Mr. Solis had a chance to respond to your first peer review in this document. Is that fair?
Yes.
Let's look at the traffic comments that begin on page 15 of 19. And again, I'd like to focus on first paragraph 63. In paragraph 63, you had requested both truck information and employee information. Has Mr. Solly provided that information as of February 28th, 2022?
Not yet. They just they indicated that they would be performing the suggested updates based on our comment to reflect that information.
Paragraph 64, last mile facility was the subject matter. What was Mr. Solly's response to your suggestion that the last mile facility would have to come back for another round of special permit review?
It was not necessarily responding to that direct inquiry, but just acknowledging that they need a access permit from DOT, but not necessarily yet committing that it would not be a last mile facility.
We're on the next page with regard to paragraph 69. This is the Millbury Road paragraph with regard to truck traffic. What was Mr. Solly's response?
Focusing on the fact that the site truck trips would be oriented to utilize I-395, which lies to the west of the site.
So did Mr. Solly in effect accept your recommendation that there be no left turn out of the site driveway for trucks?
I believe that's a fair representation. You know, it says that it's their intent, but in my conversations, both with the town and the applicant, my understanding was that they were going to look at other things that would help reinforce that.
And then the last paragraph, 70, with regard to the post-occupancy traffic monitoring, what was Mr. Solly's response?
Acknowledging that they know that the MEPA process would also require a post-opening or post-occupancy study. Didn't sound like a surprise, and that it would be forthcoming.
So what did you anticipate would be the net result of your second peer review letter? Did Did Mr. Sully have more work to do?
Yes, he did.
And what would you characterize that work as?
I think although the framework of the conclusions were there, I still was looking for some additional data and or assessment to be able to substantiate some things that would make me comfortable that they weren't going to unnecessarily introduce truck traffic into the neighborhood.
Several, I think around 2 weeks later, on March 13th, you generated what is Exhibit 10. See that?
Yes.
And had Mr. Solly given you enough revisions that you put a lot of time into this, or were you just anticipating that he would do so at a later date?
That's what I would like to call kick the can down the road. That's essentially just acknowledging the fact that there was still more work to do. I believe this was in anticipation of an upcoming meeting so that the board could hear from us in writing that there was still more work to do, but we hadn't had a chance to review something that had not yet been submitted by Sousa.
All right. Did Mr. Solly ultimately prepare a revised TIA?
Yes, he did.
And when did he submit that, if you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates that was on that submission, but it was subsequent to that letter.
Subsequent to the third peer review?
Yes.
And I call your attention to Exhibit 11. Do you recognize that?
Exhibit 11 is our May 11th letter. May 11th, 2022.
And have you had an opportunity at this point to look at a revised TIA?
Yes.
And I believe the first paragraph says that the revised TIA was dated March 11th, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Call your attention to the same paragraphs. Now, they're the headlines, basically. We don't have to go deeper into the document. Paragraph 63 is on the bottom of the first page. So has Mr. Sully given you the necessary truck and or employee distribution information that you requested?
Partially, although we agreed with the general basis for the trip generation. It did include some of the assessments that we were looking for related to vehicle travel times. And it was really more acutely focused in my mind after doing other review of their information, that it was really focused on one particular potential corridor for those trends being 146, which lies just east of the site, to make sure that we had some information from them to understand those general trends.
And were you concerned more about trucks or employee trips?
I was concerned more about truck traffic because the regular automobile traffic related to commuter trends, for employees of the facility that may get newly introduced, that's more of a background thing. And I was not concerned about, some very low level, even with the high projections from Mr. Solly, those projections being something that would constitute any sort of danger or nuisance to the neighborhood.
Did Mr. Solly's second TIA, revised TIA, contain the information on employee trips that you had asked for earlier?
Partially, and then, the other part of what we were still looking for was how they might fashion certain controls and conditions within their own freely proposed operations manual that they would manage for their facility to make sure that that could contemplate certain things that, along with just the general estimates, could provide other means of data gathering, et cetera, to go along with these other travel time projections that we still haven't seen as of that time.
All right, 63 carries over onto page 2 of 3.
Yes.
2 of 6. 5, sorry. there's, for the first time, a suggestion that some money be contributed to the town to coordinate the DOT on truck trip exclusions on Millbury. Where did that idea come from?
That came from me.
And would you explain it?
Again, as you know, different layers of control or options for the community, the town of Uxbridge, to be able to consider not only within conditions of approval, but should there be truck traffic, and this might be beneficial separate from the applicant's proposal, particularly given my comments about, regular truck traffic, that if that ever surfaced, whether it's related to this project or another project in Millbury, say, that there would be an opportunity, and ultimately there was a willingness of the applicant to contribute that, should it be necessary, to be able to investigate that process. It's not an easy process, and it's not one that the town controls. It's one that's supervised and permitted through the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, but I wanted to give the suggestion so that it was an opportunity, again, as belt suspenders for how the board may fashion potential conditions surrounding this project.
And is 15,000, in your opinion, a sufficient amount to at least make an effort at this with DOT?
Absolutely.
And what's your track record when you've taken such matters to DOT in comparable situations?
They review each of them separately, individually, but we were successful in assisting the town of Wayland Police Department doing one on a couple different roadways that was related to, but before the occupancy of what they called the Wayland Town Center project. And again, because of projected potential impacts, but that was something that they just wanted to give a jump start on, and ultimately they got approval from the state. We had supported them, but not prepared the full application ourselves. But one of my colleagues has been working with the town of Sudbury on a couple different applications. But there are certain metrics that you have to meet, such as DOT will typically look at the application unless you have at least 5% trucks on the roadway. So it's one of these situations where you need trucks to be able to prohibit trucks. But you also need convenient detours, alternative routes to be able to put that in place. But it was something where, if it's necessary, and again, either associated with or independent from the application, that it's an opportunity for the town to be able to investigate that.
Call your attention to paragraph 64. This is the last mile recommendation that you made early on. And has Mr. Solino accepted your recommendation that the facility will not be a last mile facility?
Yes, and I don't recall if it was Mr. Solney or the actual developer, but it was very clear as of the April 25th hearing that that was not their intent and that they would be willing to have that be a condition.
Call your attention to paragraph 69. This is the right turn recommendation. What's transpired now by May 11th with regard to the developer and his traffic engineer's response?
So as of that time, the site plan did not yet have a complementary off-site plan that showed the regulatory signs or striping that would suggest a left turn prohibition. But we suggested that they continue to refine the exit geometry for the driveway, which they were actively and iteratively preparing, not only for the town, but for Mass DOT and the MEPA process and the permit process. But that it'd be clear that there are signs, striping, or other controls in what we were requesting as a revision to the plan to show all that information.
And then again, paragraph 70 was the need for post-permit monitoring. Your condition, your recommended condition looks like it's expanded a bit.
Correct, and it's really in an effort to provide some guiding information that the planning board could use for potential conditions to be able to monitor the potential for that occurring. So essentially, the plan board should consider a general condition that the project shall not contribute routine truck traffic to Millbury Road in either direction, because Millbury Road zigzags across the train tracks there. So Millbury Road to the south of the site is a rural, residential-oriented road. Millbury Road to the north on the opposite side of the tracks as it heads towards Millbury is also a rural, residential-oriented roadway in that area. But suggested 4 specific locations, some parameters for the types of traffic counts, both weekdays, weekend days, Thursday through Saturday, but all with the focus on data-driven process to identify the types and orientation and distribution of the different types of vehicles, whether car-related or truck-related, that may visit or depart the site.
I want to call your attention to Exhibit 18.
Yes,
This is a memo from Soli Engineering dated May 16th of 2022, is that correct?
that is correct.
And did this memorandum from Soli Engineering contain some of the remaining information that you were still requesting?
Yes, it did.
And did you prepare what is Exhibit 12?
Yes,
After reviewing the Soli memo on May 16th?
correct. I authored a letter dated May 23rd, 2022, to acknowledge that we reviewed that document, and we found that they reasonably addressed our remaining questions and concerns that affect the planning board's jurisdiction.
And is it your conclusion in that first paragraph under Mr. Sousa's name that the review that you had conducted met the standards that you had imposed in the various documents that you used in assessing the studies done by Mr. Soli and the zoning bylaw of the town of Oxford?
Yes, that is correct.
There's one last peer review letter that you prepared in June. It's Exhibit 13. And I think it requires some explanation, so please tell us why you contributed this.
This was,
Was this prior to the first decision on the special permit?
I believe it was. This was primarily focused on the fact that one of the planning board members had a desire to see a certain type of traffic control at the proposed intersection, which was in a public way, that in my opinion did not necessarily conform with standards or would result in what I believe that member had intended. So it was really a letter to memorialize my findings about the adequacy of the traffic control and to essentially stay the course with what was the then most recent plan for the offsite improvements and driveway configuration.
Did you think that more work needed to be done after Mr. Soli's May 16th letter? Or did you think it was adequate at that point in time from a professional perspective?
For how it relates to the planning board who has jurisdiction over the site itself, yes, it was appropriate in my opinion and had addressed all those concerns. There's always more work to do post approval as that plan goes from a good preliminary plan to a final design that might be reviewed by Oxford DPW and or Mass DOT. But the framework for what they had shown for the proposed lanes, the proposed traffic control, the proposed island to channelize exiting traffic to the right, all of those things were reasonably prepared so that I believe the planning board had a very good understanding of what that traffic situation would be post-occupancy.
Okay, so then comes August of 2022, I believe, and the planning board has a vote on the first application for the special permit. You recall the result?
I believe it was possibly denied, but then remanded back somewhere in there in the world of what happens with appeals and attorneys and things. But my understanding is that as I left our technical review, there was something that involved the court that we were not involved in that period, but that involved the decision coming back to the planning board at some point.
As a denial in 2022, would you expect that the decision would have conditions in it?
I don't know whether or not that's appropriate or not, but my understanding is that, it was ultimately brought back to the town for another review.
Okay, so the process again unfolded later in 2022 or beginning of 2023 after the remand order by Judge Foster, and a new public hearing was opened to consider reconsideration of the permit denial. Were you involved at all on behalf of the board?
No, I don't recall anything new that would require, anything significant other than, it might have been a phone conversation with Mr. Sousa or somebody else, but my understanding was that there was nothing new, materially new that was presented at that time, other than maybe differences in conditions or something like that.
And you did not attend the remand public hearing?
I did not.
I want to call your attention to Exhibit 1.
So this separate vote.
What is it, if you recognize it?
It is the special permit and site plan review issued by the Oxford Planning Board for the decision after remand dated March 13th, 2023.
Have you read it?
I have read it.
So there's various special permit criteria that are cited by the board on page 5, and site plan review criteria that follow carrying over on page 6. And I want to ask you about your ultimate opinion here. First, I want to take a look at the conditions, because now we have an approval. I can't remember the last time the approval did not contain conditions anywhere, so let's take a look at the conditions first. They begin on page 8. The first one I'd like you to take a look at is condition A8 on page 9. Look familiar?
Yes.
Right.
The board was acknowledging my guidance to make sure that it was not to be considered a direct to consumer operation or last mile facility.
And look at condition A9 as well. The planning board will require third-party inspectional and consulting services, including roadway. The cost of services will be paid for by the applicant. Would you expect to play a role in this?
If desired by the town, this is not unique in my mind that if there are other things that require technical experts on the town's behalf to opine during a process that's, post-decision, that it allows for things like if the town wanted me to review portions of the final design that is within the public right-of-way subsequent to this decision. It's an opportunity for the town to get an escrow fund from the applicant to fund that type of work.
Right, paragraph B1, or condition B1, requires coordination with tenants, truck operators, vendors, that they visit the property to monitor access and egress trends to self-regulate truck traffic to and from Depot Road in an effort not to contribute to Millbury Road. Is this something that you would recommend?
Yes.
And what would you say is the key feature of condition B1? Is it education?
Education and self-enforcement of particularly those truck operators that, whether they're in their own fleet or contracted, that might visit the facility, but to control those trends, to educate them about it. But essentially, this is the condition that first asks them to self-regulate as the owner developer.
To what?
Self-regulate.
Thank you.
Well, who is the self in self-regulation?
The owner, applicant, user of the facility, any of the
Okay.
above.
Not the trust, but the owner of the facility is going to do this education.
Yes, or mandated of whoever their tenants may be. But essentially, my opinion is that this lies with the site plan approval, which lies with the ownership, and then they can distribute and monitor that condition through anybody that essentially would be using their property, their facility.
Okay.
And would that necessarily be a condition in a lease from a landlord to a tenant of the facility?
It could potentially be.
And what would be the expectation you would have hypothetically of the tenant who has got a trucking company who is leasing from the owner of the property? What would he actually do?
Well, for one, to be able to make sure that there is a normal education process with their drivers, and maybe it's part of an onboarding process for new employees, to make sure that they are aware that all the trucks come to and from 395 or points west of there, and are not to use, in particular, Millbury Road or Depot Road to the east.
And would that post-permit monitoring provision, could it include video, camera at the site driveway intersection?
That is something I recommended in one of my peer review letters. That is a wonderful way in my mind, and I'll be using it on a project of our own in the near future as a tool for some sort of CCTV recorded video feed from the entrance that could record the truck traffic arriving and departing from the site. So there's a record, and they can use that to educate, enforce, discipline their employees, whatever it may be. But that is an option, it's a tool, but ultimately, as an umbrella of that, the education and self-regulation of that is the foundation. They have different tools that they can employ to do that.
In condition B2, there's the $15,000 that was mentioned in one of your peer reviews. Is this consistent with your recommendation?
Yes, it is.
Over on the next page, particularly B5, this requires conformance with any MassDOT permit issued by the DOT. What do you think that brings to the table?
That is something I customarily put in our letters so that there's not an expectation that the developer could access the site for construction until essentially the state level process is completed, even though that may be required in other arenas to make sure that it's reinforced at the local level within a condition so that nobody has the expectation that they could just start going hog wild and work without having that state process concluded.
And is that condition backed up in the next one, B6?
Yes, as far as the final design process that would build upon the expectations of what was shown within the plans and reports that the planning board weighed in on, that MassDOT, the applicant, Oxford DPW, or other regulatory boards such as the select board that might have to approve locations of signs, regulatory signs within the public right-of-way, within what the town of Oxford controls. Once you cross the line in the state highway, that's all DOT. So that's essentially just acknowledging that there is a collaborative, coordinated process that occurs to refine the details of the off-site plan before it's constructed.
And the last one I think might be D4, which is on page 13.
Counselor, if I could, there's another one on page 10, number 3, that I also believe is integral to these other ones, which is the fact that prior to any occupancy permit, the applicant and any prospective tenants shall meet with the town planner to review the traffic and parking calculations. Again, to better understand at the municipal level who's coming, how they have their operations, what they need for parking, et cetera, so that, again, it's another chance to review the attributes of any particular tenant that may come in.
D4 on page 13.
Yes.
And is this consistent with your recommendation in the peer review
Yes, it is.
memos that you prepared?
Yes, it identifies the annual traffic and parking monitoring that would be done for the first 5 years following initial occupancy.
What was your expectation when the monitoring was done and it uncovered an issue? Would this lead to some sort of corrective measure on the part of the town and the applicant?
My hope is that no, there's no need for any sort of corrective action. But I believe that these conditions provide the opportunity for the planning board and the zoning enforcement officer to be able to enforce something that, should that monitoring study unveil some potentially impactful trend, that it is something that's enforced through this decision as a means of revisiting those controls.
Let's go back.
I just want to make sure I understand your answer. I understood the question as saying, what if the 5-year monitoring shows there's still trucks on Millbury Road, or they're somehow managing to make a left turn? You're saying, well, then there'll be an opportunity to perhaps revise some of the conditions or some of the layout of the entrance or whatever to address those?
That is the intent of how we've contributed to all of these, is that the idea that they're not to introduce regular routine traffic to Millbury Road.
Right.
This is the way data can back up whether or not they need to step in to enforce something with the landowner and applicant.
And who would be the enforcement agent, if you know, for these conditions, especially D4? I mean, suppose trucks go up Millbury Road after making an illegal left turn, and there was a citizen report to town hall, who would be the likely recipient of that?
I would imagine multiple entities within the town. I can't imagine it would go unseen, but again, the way that we've contributed to it is that trying to dissuade any routine truck traffic. There's always the potential for an errant truck that may be new to the area, maybe it's the first time delivering to the facility. Maybe they choose a route that's Millbury Road and say, you know what, would be benefiting me and to get off these other roads when there are much more appropriate facilities. So again, the context of our involvement was not that a single truck on Millbury Road was an impact, but regular, routine, pervasive, persistent truck traffic is not appropriate. But there may be a case where somebody needs to be educated because they came in via Millbury Road from 146. I believe that it's not going to be attractive for them to ever do that again. But if it became routine, my belief is that the conditions allow for the town to take different actions along with the operational self-regulated plan from the applicant to be able to mitigate that trend.
Have you ever seen a building commissioner issue a cease and desist for something like this?
I believe, I don't know that I have a specific example that's just like this, but that was our reason for fashioning the comments with the town the way they are.
Okay, thank you. So I want to bring you back to the special permit conclusions that the board reached on page 6. And not every paragraph pertains to your field of expertise. But 4.1 of the zoning bylaw, the board must make a determination that the site is an appropriate location for the use or structure. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, from a traffic perspective, the site is appropriate?
Under 5.4.1, not only do I think it's appropriate, I think it's superior
What's the reason for that?
because it has immediate access to an interstate highway system.
Under section 5.4.4, the criterion is the uses developed will not adversely affect the neighborhood. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the proposed facility meets that standard?
Yes, I do have an opinion. Under 5.4.4, I do not believe that even without the metrics that the board has considered within its conditions that it would adversely affect the neighborhood. The conditions that were added with significant contribution from our firm would, in my opinion, make sure that that did not happen.
With regard to the next one, 5.4.5, there will be no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicles or pedestrians. Do you have an opinion as to whether the proposed facility meets that criterion?
I do.
What is it?
Under 5.4.5, I don't believe there will be any nuisance or serious hazard related to vehicular or pedestrian activity, given all the traffic levels of traffic review I've done.
And on the next page, there's some site plan review criteria. In particular, 4.4, parking and loading requirements have been met. Do you have an opinion on that?
Yes, they have been met.
And the other one is 4.5, traffic impacts on abutting residential neighborhoods are acceptable, and the convenience and safety of vehicular and pedestrian movements are protected. You have an opinion as to 4.5?
Yes, I believe that that criteria is also similarly satisfied, similar to the special permit criteria.
So ultimately, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the decision of the board to approve the special permit with these conditions was rationally based? Or do you consider it to be arbitrary and capricious?
Oh no, I believe it's completely rationally based, data-driven, and based on technical guidance from our firm and others that reviews and attests to the final documents that the applicant prepared as being responsible and reasonably prepared to address all those things that we had brought up.
Are you aware that we, at the end of the last session here in court, on behalf of Oxford Land Ventures, I submitted a motion for a directed finding to the court?
Yes.
And have you seen the result that was published by the court last week?
Yes,
The order?
you provided a copy.
Have you read it?
I had, yes.
I just want to drill down on a couple of things here at the end of your testimony. On page 3 of the judge's decision, he said that without making a final determination on the question, the court finds Mr. Schneider's analysis, coupled with challenges to the traffic reports prepared by OLV's expert, Mr. Soley, could support a finding that more trucks would use Millbury than were suggested by Mr. Soley. These challenges include disputed evidence over the routes of various apps, which would direct drivers to follow, that the right drivers would follow to the site, and the adequacy of the design of the entrance and exit to the site. You're aware of that?
I am aware.
I'd like to get your opinion with regard to these two matters, the truck apps and the design of the entrance and exit to the site. I believe I had it on the board earlier, shot D, if I might approach. And shows the final iteration, if I recall, of the intersection improvements where Depot and Millbury come close to 395.
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review this?
I did.
Can you comment in detail about why you think this intersection works?
This intersection was redesigned over the course of the peer review process to respond to our comments. It was refined to show a channelized right turn lane exiting the site with other signs and controls that are enforceable by the Oxford Police Department should it be necessary. But even without that enforcement, the geometry does not afford the opportunity for trucks to reasonably make left turns out of the site and head towards Millbury Road and towards 146.
And what in particular is going to be the chief impediment to that bad decision to make a left-hand turn?
Apart from a potential ticket from the police department, it could be blown tires because of mounting a raised island. It's just not something when you were to lay down truck turning templates for the trucks that would be of the size that would be visiting this wholesale warehouse facility, that would even remotely reasonably make that turn, given the geometry and the physical attributes of the intersection.
Would the knowledge that there is also some sort of video camera or closed circuit camera at that intersection discourage truck drivers from making a left-hand turn if they were inclined to do so?
Hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, speculation.
Um,
He's a truck driver and regularly goes through cambered sites. I don't know how he can testify as to what a truck
yeah,
driver
that's
is.
I mean, let's establish some basis for his being able to know that besides, you know, he knows a lot more than me, but still.
Have you seen intersections with installed cameras before?
Yes, I have.
Did it reduce the amount of illegal left-hand turns, if that was the movement you were trying to stop?
I don't have any hard data, but it's something that is a tool in the toolbox, just like I put in one of my peer review letters, for monitoring that as part of the operational policies on site.
In your opinion, with regard to the chalk, is there anything that it could have been done that wasn't done to make this intersection as best performing as it can be to stop and block left-hand turns by large trucks?
There's nothing else that I would recommend, otherwise I would have done it through the process. There may be minor refinements that come out of the coordination with DOT, who's the principal reviewer to get it to the permit stage, but everything I saw in that exhibit responded to my prior comments.
So, if I recall correctly, is there a berm there at the exit? I mean, you know, in the middle of the road?
Median,
A median, I'm sorry.
there is a median island proposed on this plan here.
Okay. I mean, is that like a small thing or is it?
It would be typically 6 inches high and extremely damaging and aggravating to drive over.
Okay.
Even for a large truck?
Yes. I mean, there's a potential it could tip it. To try to make that turn, to me, is ludicrous.
All right, that brings me to the second part of the judge's conclusion, and that has to do with truck trips on Millbury and whether there was an adequate appreciation of that. The first thing I want to focus on is figure 6 in the first TIA, which is exhibit 5, I believe.
And we're gonna find figure 6, because as you know, it's a long document.
It's in the first 25 pages.
Your Honor, the figures are at the end of the text. So, I think 20 pages in.
Now, I see some appendices, figures, appendix A, figures, all right. Figure 6,
Yes,
okay, thank you.
and it says trip assignment as a caption for the sheet.
Yes.
And what is Mr. Solly trying to capture here? I'm sorry, I'll wait for you. You have it? I can give you a copy. Okay, good. What is Mr. Solly assessing?
This is the number of new vehicle trips that would be added to the roadway system in the morning and afternoon peak hours based on the distribution percentages that are shown in figure 5, the preceding figure. So essentially, this is the resultant number of new trips that can be expected based on the reasonable distribution of traffic in those every single direction. And this is focused primarily on the employee-related traffic because it's at the peak hour when we typically do our analyses, but that is also the time when you might find fewer truck trips and more employee-related trips that are coming from home or leaving to depart towards home.
This is before any mitigation measures in the first TIA, maybe doesn't have the exact size of the warehouse, correct, but he did this on an employee-driven basis, not a square foot basis, right?
That is correct.
Just so I'm reading this correctly, in these numbers, the first number is the AM and the number of parentheses the PM?
That is correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Oh
you.
yeah, there's the code.
Correct. So I'd like to just assess what's happening here on Millbury. And if I read this correctly, coming down Millbury and turning west onto, I guess it would be Depot, there are 18 vehicles in the AM peak and 11 in the PM peak. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And we don't know whether those are trucks or cars.
I believe a significant majority of them, without any of the controls, would still be cars only. But that is a proportion of the entire trip generation for the site that is assigned to Millbury Road.
Right, so that's the westbound Millbury load in the AM and PM peak hour. And the eastbound would be the number just below Millbury's depiction here, which would be 7 in the AM peak hour and 19 in the PM peak hour. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's the heaviest traffic that would occur on Millbury any day, east and westbound, in a peak hour.
That is correct.
So in a peak hour of 60 minutes with 18 vehicles in the westbound morning, how many vehicles is that? How often would you expect a vehicle?
I'm often asked this question to put it into perspective for public hearings and the like, but to put this in real terms, based on average arrival times and everything else, that, it would be one additional vehicle trip, bi-directional, mind you, on Millbury Road every 2 to 3 minutes.
And if it's one vehicle, if it's 11 vehicles in the PM peak, westbound down Millbury, how often would you expect to have a vehicle?
But I'm looking at it in the aggregate, so turns up and down Millbury Road. So 18 plus 7 is 25, 11 plus 19 is 30. So that's why I say every, and that's bi-directional, is every 2 to 3 minutes. But I think just another thing that might put it in perspective is that, as I testified earlier, these are based on very conservative traffic projections. So what I would fully expect from a facility of this size based on the floor area calculations is that these numbers would be less than half of what was actually shown in paper here.
So to take it from your perspective, which is to look at the eastbound and the westbound at the same time, Is there any of these numbers, eastbound and westbound, that are total more than 30?
No.
And would that suggest that one vehicle every 2 minutes is an average that would be useful for observation purposes?
Yes, and that's really a portion of that monitoring is to look at those trends down the road. And whenever we look at future traffic, that might be part of a monitoring study. There could be other factors that have to be analyzed at the same time. It's not just the site necessarily, but did something happen with the new development in Millbury? Is there a new 50-unit subdivision or condo complex? But that's all stuff that can be assessed within that, annual monitoring report to assess to make sure, and not only at Millbury Depot on that side of the tracks, but the other thing we've asked for is the trip generation calculations along the driveway, so we know each hour of the day what the facility is generating in and out. Then we look at the other adjacent locations to see if the scene has changed, and if so, why? And then what is the responsible element for that change in traffic in those future years?
So even without the mitigation and the conditions that are in the permit, would you consider these numbers that are in figure 6, Millbury Street westbound, Millbury Street eastbound, to be a nuisance or an adverse circumstance with regard to the people living on Millbury Street?
I would not.
Why?
To me, it's a normal level of background traffic that would be comparable to any of the other roadways, local roadways that are within the study area. So that segment of Millbury Road to the northeast is, a handful of trips, a few trips different than Depot Road to the east or Millbury Road to the south. But I would not consider that a nuisance or safety issue or anything along those lines.
And last, I'd like to turn your attention to Exhibit 18 and the that are contained in the back. I think it's probably easiest to read or use for clarity purposes the trucker path at printouts. But they're all, I'll represent basically the same.
I'm sorry, what exhibit?
Exhibit 18, which is Mr. Soley's memo dated May 16th of 2023. And at the very back, you'll see some notes.
Oh, right, yes.
And I'm just picking trucker path because it's easiest to read.
So, which one is, Trucker path, GPS.
Thank you. So, what was you asked for this information from Mr. Solby, right?
Yes, it did.
And was this in order to get an idea of the timing and distribution of truck trips?
Yes, as far as the opportunities that may exist via several different routes, understanding that, to the best of my knowledge, there's no identified tenant, so in the broad brushes of the type of facility, to assess if they came from major regional origins, what are those likely routes?
I want to focus on Millbury Street, east and westbound.
Yes,
The first one is Boston. So the route from Boston would basically be down the Pike,
yes,
and the Pike intersects with 395.
yes.
What's the likelihood of a Millbury trip coming out of Boston?
On a routine basis, I think 0.
What's the objection?
I'm not sure what that opinion is based on. Has he done a study? I don't know. Is he just guessing and speculating? Sounds to me like he's speculating.
As for the basis, get a little more foundation for the opinion.
Thank you. Have you, do you have any experience with truck drivers and their use of these apps?
I have limited experience with the actual truck drivers, but in our role as peer reviewer, I want to make sure that the due diligence was prepared to make sure that everybody had an understanding of the likely risks of traffic using Millbury Road.
Is this a standard tool that you would use in either preparing the original TIA or peer reviewing the TIA?
I've used Truck Map in the past. I wasn't familiar with Trucker Path or the other one, Hammer, in the past, but I felt that it was a more than reasonable assessment that Mr. Sully had gone through to look at not just one app, but several, to try to ascertain the potential for routes coming from different directions.
And can you see any good reason that a trucker using any app, because I think they likely contain the same results that Mr. Soley provided, going down 146 and turning on Millbury to come to the proposed site? Is there any reason
Hold on.
that you can think of from
There's an objection. Are you rephrasing the question?
rephrasing the question?
Okay.
Is there any reason that you can think of why a trucker would do that?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the
Is
question?
there any good reason why a trucker would come from Boston down 146 and go on Millbury on a regular basis?
Not in my opinion.
And from Worcester, what's the approach route to the site from Worcester?
290 becomes 395, so it's a direct route
So
to
there's,
stay on the interstate system and use the Depot Road interchange.
so just for those who aren't familiar with the intersection, 290 converts to 395 when it goes past the pike?
Yes.
So you're already on 395. Can you see any reason why a trucker using one of these apps would deviate from the recommended route on a regular basis?
That would not be reasonable in my opinion.
Springfield, what's the nature of the route here?
Mass Pike or I-90 east to 395 directly south to the Depot Road interchange.
So you basically have another intersection of two major interstate highways, and you would exit southbound at 395?
Correct. Otherwise, you would be going further out of your way to try to use Millbury Road.
And what about if you came on 20, Route US 20?
20 also has access to 395.
Thank you. Hartford, what's the chief route there?
84 east to I-90 east, so it's the same, essentially, ultimately, towards the end of it, follows the same route as Springfield.
And your ultimate intersection there will be the Pike and Sturbridge, right?
The Pike and Sturbridge,
Or 20 and Sturbridge.
either way, they're both coming from the west and would be able to more directly use 395 to the Depot Road exit.
Because it would hit 390, they would hit 395 before they hit 146, correct?
That is correct.
And then lastly, New London. They're coming up from the south on that route. What is that route?
Essentially, do south to north access on Interstate Highway directly to the Depot Road interchange.
It's 395, isn't it?
It's 395.
So there's no reason to go over to 146 and use Millbury Street.
I don't think that would be reasonable.
So when we talk about the possibility of trucks using Millbury Street, in 5 of these scenarios, how would you characterize that?
I would, in broad brushes, again, we don't know where those tenants may exist for origin truck trips or destinations, but from a regional basis, those other origins that we just talked about that solely had prepared as that litmus test essentially of regional access to the site, I don't believe there's any reasonable routine truck traffic in those routes that could foreseeably use Millbury Road on a regular basis.
All right, let's turn to 146 from Providence.
Yes.
There was testimony in court that there will be those occasional vehicles who will come up 146 to the north and see that Millbury Road is a possible route to the facility. Do you remember that?
Correct, and that was the origin of some of my comments in our peer review letters.
And is there any, I believe that my brother presented information about a specific, I think it was a box manufacturer on Route 146. And he hypothesized that they might choose to use Millbury Road. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
So, first of all, we don't know how many large-scale facilities on 146 would have a relationship with the proposed warehouse, do we?
I don't have a certain number, no, I do not.
So I guess when I look at this, I look at it from the filter of the decision that was made by the planning board. And I'll ask you whether or not some of the things that are in the final plan or the conditions will discourage people coming up 146 northbound from turning onto east, going westbound on Millbury, or going eastbound when they leave the facility after making an unlawful left-hand turn. First, the site driveway itself has been configured so that all turns are supposed to go to the right. Will that have an impact on 146 traffic, whether eastbound or westbound, using Millbury?
Yes, it will.
And in particular, it will affect which direction?
I believe it will entirely eliminate the potential for trucks that would exit the site to head onto Millbury Road towards 146 via Millbury Road.
The educational program and monitoring program that you mentioned that became a condition, will that have an impact on trucks using Millbury off of 146?
That is the reason for fashioning those recommendations and those comments. But I guess independent of the operational controls, and as I've driven that road several times since embarking on the peer review process, there are other physical constraints. And when I talk about, I don't believe it will be attractive for trucks, even without the operational controls. And that only potential in my mind is arriving trucks, entering trucks. Is because when you get off 146, there are what they call two mini roundabouts. They're on either side of 146, extremely tight quarters. Before you even get onto narrow country roads, some of which have multiple stops, to try to make your way towards the site from there. And that's why, independent of the operational controls, the extensive discussion over the apps really is, in my opinion, focused on a very narrow area of potential influence and only for entering trucks. But any of those apps will show that it's of a similar timeline. And again, my opinion is that once large tractor trailers were to use that 146 off-ramp through the mini roundabouts, I do believe that it would be determined by them that this is not a route to go my second time to the facility. Then, Counselor, as you talk about the operational controls, that, in my opinion, has significant merit in a data-driven process to evaluate and control by the town if it's not already self-regulated by the owner and operator of the facility.
So in addition to the fact that you don't think that the Millbury Drive will be a pleasant one for a truck driver, what's likely to happen under the educational / monitoring program once it's indicated that they came down Millbury Road westbound?
Objection.
How will the program be designed?
Hold on, overruled. You can answer.
Can you please repeat the
How will
question?
the program be designed to take these people by the hand and say, not again?
That has been left broadly in the hands of the self-regulating, but as I put in one of my peer review letters, the idea of having the video evidence of that, to me, is a wonderful tool to be able to use for self-regulating that with their own drivers.
And could this be connected to the good residents of Millbury Road phoning in a truck that is maybe designated for the facility, and then a review of that? Is that how it
I
works?
think that's a wonderful idea.
So they could, if if they object to a truck trailer coming down Millbury and they think it's tied to the facility, the film could be reviewed for that day.
That is, again, a tool in the toolbox is one means of being able to do it, but one that I recommend because I think it is sound, and again, is evidence-based of, is that truck taking a right in from across the tracks? And then, okay, which truck was that, what truck number, et cetera. So I believe that there is no potential for routine truck traffic on Millbury Road.
Does the $15,000 contributed to the DOT study, if you will, play a role in assessing whether there will be less or more truck traffic on Millbury?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that?
Yes. What contribution does the $15,000 make towards possible truck controls on Millbury?
It provides applicant-provided funds for what would be initiated by the town, if so desired, to embark on that process, to provide the data and the other exhibits necessary for MassDOT to review, the potential for a truck exclusion.
And when would MassDOT likely impose a truck restriction? If the data, does the data have to reach a certain level?
It does, and they're not lenient about it in my experience. But ultimately, the ability, and there are already documented trucks on Millbury Road. Those are maybe very local in nature. And they were documented within Solvy's data that was provided in their first study. So it doesn't remove the ability for a truck to make a delivery to anybody in that neighborhood, say, but it would prevent the ability for doing cut-through truck movements if it met the thresholds. But again, that is one of the conditions that affords an opportunity for a belt and suspenders approach to address something related to trucks should it become necessary.
And lastly, in that belt and suspenders list of things, would the 5-year monitoring program contribute to, if not the original condition, to bettering conditions over the course of that study period?
That's also going to provide a consistent foundation of data, period, that can be used to assess different trends over time, even if the development of the site, the same operation, same number of loading bays, if we notice a trickle of, up or down based on trends, we can ask questions about what changed for operations. But based on the level of conservatism that was already afforded in the studies that I reviewed, I cannot imagine a situation for a wholesale distribution warehouse that would come close to the numbers that are published in the studies.
So is it your opinion then that with regard to trucks leaving 146 northbound and heading west on Millbury Street, the frequency is not great enough to cause a worse condition on Millbury Street?
I think the measures are there to control it. Again, without having a tenant to know the distinct origins and destinations, I think it's a very low probability. But again, just like is indicated within the condition that I read about the owner and the tenants meeting with the town planner, that's an opportunity to better understand any potential risk factors related to truck traffic and meet that condition of approval. So, again, there are so many different levels of not only me not having concerns about the level of traffic as published in a conservative way, but to make sure, and that's my job, is to advise the town, to make sure that what's presented, that situation, that scene that you get post-occupancy, represents what was pitched to the town, and if not, there's ways to control it.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, let's take our morning recess. So stand in recess.
All rise.
Proceed, counsel.
Mr. Dan Ray. When you were here for the testimony previous session to this trial, correct?
That is correct.
So you recall that Mr. Solly testified about using, I think it was IDE Land Code 150 as the basis for his trip generation estimates.
That is correct.
Correct. Now, we talked about that land use code a little bit, and if I'm correct, isn't that a land use code for warehousing?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there a land use code for wholesale distribution facilities?
I don't think specifically, but I found that 150 was the most analogous land use category.
And how'd you come to that conclusion?
Based on the descriptions that's afforded in each of the land use descriptions that's provided through ITE.
So is it fair to say the testimony is there is no land use code for wholesale distribution facilities?
I believe there's discussion of the description within warehousing that talks about the fact that it's for distribution needs within 150, from what I can recall.
Take a look at that.
Do you have a copy of the journal?
It's an exhibit 5.
Where? In Exhibit 5? Oh, I see it. I just managed to come up on. It's in,
So it's right after the traffic.
It's part of Appendix B. It's like the third page or so, Appendix B. So let me know when you've got it, Mr.
I have it in front of me.
Okay, good. Okay,
So could you explain to us the difference between a warehouse and a high-cube transload and or short-term distribution, or a short-term storage warehouse? Or a high-cube parcel hub warehouse?
I can paraphrase my understanding of them without having the actual manual in front of me that provides each of those descriptions, but essentially, this is the general warehousing code that would be used for, the storage materials with trucks that come in and out to handle those materials. The other things like the high cube transload or short term, those have different characteristics, but they also have lesser intensive characteristics, as far as total trip generation. The high cube fulfillment center is more or less analogous to that last mile facility, which I described before under Land Use Code 155, which we've routinely employed for that, which is higher than what's found under Land Use Code 150. General paraphrasing.
Now, if you're familiar with the Oxford zoning bylaws,
Generally, so yes.
well, in particular with, fair to say that zoning bylaw in Oxford does not allow warehousing in this district. Isn't that true?
If you could point me to the proper section, that'd be appropriate, helpful as a reference, but
Look at exhibit 2 if you want. So page 26 of the bylaw,
did you say page 26?
26, I believe.
Okay, I have it in front of me.
Take a look at the uses permitted in the light industrial zone. Is there any there for warehousing?
I don't think it necessarily says that word specifically.
No, so it's fair to say-
Wait a minute.
What?
Why are we here if this isn't allowed in the district? Why wasn't that the subject of a motion? What's going on?
I agree, Your Honor, this is not something that's even, might not have
Approach.
a complaint.
What's this now? You're saying it's not a use allowed under the bylaw, should never have been the subject of the special permit?
That's certainly an argument.
Why am I only hearing it on day 4 of the trial? And there's no one to complain, or we need pre-trial remand?
Yes, I know that.
Is that in the trial proceedings?
I mean, that's not subject matter jurisdiction.
Well, I think I asked about your application calls it the wholesale distribution facility.
Okay.
The problem is that all the traffic studies are based on a warehouse, which is not what they're
Well,
proposing.
I understand that argument, I mean, you made that. But that is something that, I see also distribution facility in the bylaw,
Right.
so that's what we're calling it. So you can argue about that, about the traffic analysis is wrong. But, I'm not at this point gonna entertain this thing about this is the use that let's put it this way. I will almost certainly defer to the planning board's determination that this constitutes wholesale distribution facility. And the use in your bylaw. So, I don't think you need to,
Obviously, that their study is not based on use as proposed.
right, that you can try to tease it. All right, let's not talk about it, let's not allow it. Yes. No, it was very indirect, as you can see that I just, that's like, let's just answer about warehouse versus wholesale distributions. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about that interruption, but, so it's fair to say, your understanding is that there is no ITE chip generation code specifically for wholesale distribution facilities. Is that your testimony?
Not with those specific words, but again, I believe they use the closest, most appropriate analogous use that land use category.
Could you articulate what the difference between those two uses are?
Well, Counselor, I think my understanding of a wholesale distribution facility would be that they would have to distribute something that exists there, meaning that it would incorporate some sort of warehouse component to be able to distribute from. So my understanding is that, with these distribution facilities, they have products. Either they're, using as a distribution entity for receiving something in and then it goes out again, or something that is aggregated from multiple vendors and then distributed out in a more reasoned fashion. But I think it would be unreasonable to try to dissect the distribution facility from warehousing, because to me, you need a warehouse to be able to distribute from. So that's my opinion.
It's fair to say that we don't know what the actual use of this facility is going to be. Is that true?
I believe it's been documented as a wholesale distribution facility.
Okay. And from what you've told me so far, I don't see the distinction between that and a warehouse.
I don't believe I can provide more of a description a moment ago. That I believe that they're extremely analogous uses that would be reasonably employed to try to provide a projection of traffic for the intended use. And not only that, but conservatively so.
Well, I think you testified earlier that your understanding is that last mile distribution is not going to be permitted.
That's in a decision.
But it's fair to say that within your definition, it could be a plumbing supply warehouse.
I don't see why it couldn't be.
So you could have the local plumbers driving up every day to pick up water heaters or sinks.
That's not my understanding of a wholesale distribution facility,
Why not?
because it's not direct to customer. Whether that involves departing delivery vehicles or ones that might approach. So that's my understanding.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. It's not direct to customer.
But yeah, I believe that's stated in the decision, Counselor. So I think the understanding that this is big trucks coming in and big trucks going out for purposes of distributing to other facilities that might perform that same service, but that, it's not done direct to customer based on my understanding of not only what's been reported, but what's involved within a decision.
So it would only be big trucks coming in and big trucks coming out. There would be no small trucks picking up.
Well, I think in general terms, it would be the idea of trucks that are coming in and going out, but it could vary in size, but
Give me an example of a commodity that you would assume would be using this facility that fits your definition of land use 150 warehousing.
I'm happy to use your example of a plumbing supply outfit that might aggregate facilities from different vendors from all over the place and distribute to other stores.
Like another plumber who's come up.
I didn't say that.
Well,
I said to other stores.
Use the example of a plumbing warehouse, okay? I'm not a plumber, but I've been doing this a long time. Represented plumbers. Plumbers tend to go to warehouses to pick up water heaters and sinks from wholesale distributors. But you're telling me that wouldn't be permitted under the special permit, or you understand?
I think it's specific that it's not direct to customer in the decision.
Well, a plumber isn't a customer, is he? In the sense of he's still a warehouse, he's still a wholesaler, is he not?
I don't know that I agree with that, because they would be the ultimate customer. If you're talking about Joe Plumber that needs a water tank, that would be the ultimate customer, not necessarily some other distributing vendor. I just don't think that's a reasonable conclusion.
I'm sorry, but you're losing me. The plumber goes to the warehouse to pick up a water heater. The ultimate customer is the person who's gonna put the water heater in his house, right? All the plumber's doing is driving it from the wholesale distribution center to the customer.
That's your interpretation, counsel. That's
Well, I'm
not-
asking for your interpretation. You know, you studied this and presumably you made some assumptions about what the uses were gonna be. And I'm asking you what those assumptions are.
And I provided you an example that's similar to yours, but different. The fact that it might be something that aggregates goods, but then other trucks go out to other facilities that might be doing retail sales, et cetera. So to try to use your same example, but in something that I think is more analogous to what the board approved and what the traffic study developed.
You were here, we talked about the regional shopping center that's a few miles down the road.
Yes.
The other end of Hillary Road, right? So if we had a textile warehouse and shipped clothing from this warehouse to the Kohl's or the Marshalls, is that wholesale distribution?
Yes. And they would be prevented from taking a left turn out of the site to use Mulberry Road, to use your very specific example.
If Kohl's drives this truck from the store to the warehouse to pick up the textiles, I think you saw the demonstration that Hammer trucks drives it down Mulberry Road, does it not?
My understanding is that if it's not fed with the directions of not doing tight turns, then there's always that potential. But I think apart from your very acutely focused example, I don't think other than that one, it would be something that would contribute routine truck traffic to Millbury Road that I would consider a reasonable assumption within a study that Mr. Solly prepared.
You familiar with the Atlas Box Company?
I am. I've been there.
And you realize they have two huge warehouses in Sutton?
I am aware. I haven't been to those other warehouses, but I am aware.
And you are aware of the fact that they're building another 1 million square foot warehouse in Sutton as we speak, an old gravel pit?
I am not aware of that.
46? You're not aware of that?
No.
You didn't do the study for that one?
No.
But you're aware of the two that exist?
I'm aware of the existing Atlas Box.
And you were here the other day when we did the Hammer app for the truck route between Atlas's warehouse and Sutton on Route 146 and this site. And you saw that the Hammer app directs trailer trucks down Millbury Road, did you not?
I saw that that was one of the options, yes.
Would you agree that a box company might likely ship product to a warehouse?
I think it's definitely foreseeable, yes.
Okay, so it's entirely foreseeable that if whoever the ultimate tenant of this property is needs boxes, packaged things for shipping, is going to get it from Atlas Box on Route 146, because that's the closest distributor. Isn't that a reasonable assumption?
I think there's potential for it. I don't know that it's reasonable. I don't know how many other box companies distribute in the area, but I think that very acutely focused example would lend itself towards a very local trend that is unlikely to contribute to a measurable amount of traffic that would be constant and pervasive, in my opinion, on the local street system when and if the other operational controls didn't squash that during its point that was first identified.
Well, can you give me an example of a particular district? Or let me rephrase that. We don't know who the tenant is, so we don't know what they're going to distribute. So we have no idea who the customers are going to be, and we have no idea what the origin of the product is going to be, right?
Not yet.
Okay. But we do know if they get boxes from Atlas Box, the Hammer truck app says, send your tractor trailer down Millbury Road. That much we do know. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, but
Yes or no?
I heard the testimony. I just don't know that the way it was run, and I'm not familiar with the truck app, but whether or not it was selected with the other parameters for avoiding tight turns, which are evident in the traffic calmed interchange of Elmwood and 146 in Millbury. That would be the route that they would have to take around two very tight mini roundabouts in addition to the other local street system. So I still don't believe that that is a reasonable assumption for something that would contribute regular pervasive flows of truck traffic on Millbury Road.
How familiar are you with navigation apps?
I've used Truck Map. I don't use them routinely. I had asked Mr. Soley to investigate them as an option to what I believe I had already testified, and not testified to, but written about as far as Google Maps and other sources that you yourself, Counselor, referenced as, gee, what if the poor truck driver couldn't afford the other apps? I've used Google Maps and others that are routinely freely available to understand that different travel trends, travel routes, are nearly equal between Millbury Road, Central Turnpike and Sutton Ave, and Route 20. So given that they're equal, or nearly so, reasonably so, we can do these apps for hours. But to understand that they are comparable in travel time, I've already testified that I don't believe that any truck driver would desire to do that trip more than once, based on the extremely tight geometry of the features that exist between 146 and the site for arriving trips only. The departing trips from the site have already been controlled geometrically and with regulatory signs to essentially eliminate any potential risk in my mind of routine traffic there.
Yeah, how many trailer trucks have you driven from the Millbury exit on Route 146 to 75 Depot Road?
0.
How much experience do you have driving trucks?
I have some. I worked for a sand and gravel company in Hopkinton in my summers and off times during high school and college.
How much experience do you have driving tractor trailers?
Limited, but some from those
When was the
days.
last time you drove a semi?
Approximately 1994. Not sure that they've changed a lot.
Only 30 years ago. Trucks are a little longer nowadays. So when you say that you don't think the trucker would use that, you're basically speculating. You have no data or any studies or anything to indicate that would be the case.
What I can tell you is that as a designer of roadways and intersections, those mini roundabouts in Millbury, right off the 146 interchange, are not designed for routine truck traffic. So as a designer, I can tell you that, in fact.
I'm disagreeing with you, but in terms of what actually happens in the real world, you don't have any data, do you?
No, but again, Counselor, that's why I believe that the experience that the driver would have on its first entering trip, should they choose to decide to take that route, would not likely be repeated. And if it's repeated, and repeated on a routine basis, not on a once-off basis, then that might be an opportunity for the town to work with the tenant/owner to monitor and to enforce its planning board conditions.
Just to circle back one more time, your opinion is based on something other than actual studies or experience.
My opinion is based on having nearly 30 years of transportation engineering experience.
But not in any studies or experience with regard to what truck drivers do.
Oh, I've done other studies involving trucks. You didn't ask me that question.
Have you done any studies of trucks using the Millbury exit?
Not of that specific interchange, no.
How about other intersections with rotaries?
We are routinely looking to design trucks with WB67 tractor trailers that could accommodate that based on, for instance, MassDOT's project development design guide for how trucks should be accommodated when they are routinely encountered. What I see, and I was not the designer of record for that Millbury interchange, that is a ultra-traffic calm environment with many roundabouts that are not geared towards routine truck traffic.
We gotta say that the Millbury roundabouts were constrained simply by the fact that there's an overpass there and nothing else.
I don't know that to be true. MassDOT would routinely entertain property takings if it's warranted based on the design needs,
Well, you've been through that intersection a few times, I assume.
many times.
Is it possible to make that rotary any larger than it currently is with the constraints of the overpass and the surrounding highway system?
Again, I don't know the constraints, parameters that were put on that original design, but if there was consistent, constant truck traffic, it would look a lot different than what you see today.
Well, you gotta say that if you want to build a bigger rotary there, you have to take out the whole interchange, tear down the bridge.
Again, I don't know the parameters for the designer at that time, but I can tell you it works for slowly moving, traffic calmed automobiles, and although it can accommodate a truck, it's not a reasonable accommodation for routine truck traffic.
Now, take a look at your review material. And I know that several times you asked for trip time studies. You have to say that those never actually produced.
I was satisfied with what Mr. Solly provided.
No, they never produced.
No. Answer his question before you get to.
Could you please repeat the question?
Those trip time studies that they solely promised ever produced.
In the form of the expected routing path, yes.
With the trip time studies produced. Did they produce a study showing what the trip time was, for instance, from Millbury exit to 75 Depot Street as opposed to going another route? Did they
No.
generate? No, they did never produce that study, did they? They promised to produce it, but they never did. And you basically dropped it at some point, correct?
I was satisfied with the level of technical
You
details.
dropped that.
No, this is when he gets to answer this way. Go ahead.
I was satisfied with the technical products that were provided by the applicant's team to make me understand exactly what I had already seen from Google, is that they are comparable in time, even though it might show other preferred routes. And with the extensive testimony that you already went through with the prior folks that stand here, we saw something similar in that they're comparable times. And that's why it's important for what we guided the town to employ as conditions of approval, so that in the event that the very isolated trip patterns that might come from 146 northbound toward the site, and only towards the site, have a way of being able to be monitored and controlled. So I was satisfied with what was supplied in May of '22, that although there may be other preferred routes, it was not giving me any new technical information that would eliminate my need to recommend some of those other suggested conditions.
Walk me through that. You asked for trip generation report, you didn't get them. You got some data from Trucker Apps, right?
Yes, there were 3 supplied.
And you know, how, what percentage of truckers use those particular apps?
I do not know that.
You don't know if it's 1% or 80%. All you know is there's an app out there.
And it was providing results that were similar to just generic Google Maps.
You can take a look at the Google map that's in evidence, it's the last exhibit. This is exhibit 36.
Yes, I have it available.
You're gonna say that shows trajectory from Providence, Rhode Island to 75 Depot Road?
Yes,
It's fair to say that it shows the preferred route being down Millbury Road?
it does show that, yes.
Okay. In your experience, would it's fair to say that Google Maps is by far the most widely used app for navigation?
All I know is I use it routinely. I can't tell you the statistics. Counsel, I'm not able to read part of that exhibit. The preferred route is shown as 47 minutes from your Providence location to the proposed site. But it does provide an alternate route, but I cannot read what it says for its estimated travel time and distance. It's too grainy to be able to read. But I can tell you that I've done several different Google Map projections personally over the time of when this was being reviewed, and then in anticipation of trial. And this is one snapshot in time. It doesn't say when you conducted this, whoever conducted this, to know what the situation was, what occurred on the streets, what the congestion was like. But what I can tell you is that in my assessment of using something like you're pointing to here with Google Maps is that the travel times were comparable, if not exactly the same, when coming from the south from Providence via Every Road and Central Turnpike or Sutton Ave to then use 395. As I've testified a moment ago, to me, this shows that there are more than one viable route that could be attractive to somebody when just doing it at face value based on Google Maps. But when they are comparable in nature, in time, and I can tell you that one I did just the other day that is on my server at the office and I just arbitrarily picked the BJ's wholesale facility in Uxbridge, right adjacent to 146, to go to the site. It was exactly 30 minutes via Millbury Road and 30 minutes via Sutton Ave Central Turnpike to 395 North. So given that they're comparable, and I've done this several times, and I'm sure the trucker apps would show that they're comparable, that's why I believe firmly that once an operator might do it from a prospective site on 146 South, that they would not desire to do it again when it's a comparable time to use much more appropriate facilities for trucks. Again, this is a tool, but I cannot read what you stated or the time that it was conducted, but I can tell you that I've done it multiple times to find that it is comparable. I'm not going to deny the fact that there may be time periods where it shows it a minute or two faster, but to me, that is countered by the fact that geometrically, I do not see it being attractive for trucks to use that Elmwood interchange at 146 more than a once-off or an errant trip.
Or you that there may be an economic factor suggesting that one would use Millbury Road?
Please educate me, I'm not aware.
Does Millbury Road have a toll booth?
How does this relate to trips coming from the south on 146?
Well, how do you propose I get there?
You can take Central Ave or Sutton Ave, which is to the south, well away from any toll facilities, or you could take Route 20 without getting up to the pike. So there's two other non-toll routes that any trucker could take from 146 over to 395.
It doesn't the trajectory proposed by Solid use MassPike in which they're generating their trip time response?
I don't believe that was the case, because
What's that?
I don't know that that's the case, but I can tell you my own assessment using the tools forwarded to me show that it's comparable. And if it's comparable, I believe that trucks will use a facility that's more appropriate for them.
Even if it requires a payment of a toll?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, if it
Two
requires-
other options that are via Route 20 or Central Turnpike and Sutton Ave, which lies to the south, in a more beeline direction and slightly less travel time than using the route that would go through the neighborhood in Millbury Road.
So the question remains, do you think that the fact that there's a toll on the turnpike would discourage people from using it if they were traveling on Route 146?
Yes, in your example, yes, and but I don't rely only on what's published. I do my own level of due diligence to come to my own conclusions.
Did you do trip time?
Yes, I've already testified to that. I've done multiple cases where,
No, in this particular case.
I just told you that. Multiple occasions, more than a dozen different occasions, between when I was reviewing it and in preparation for trial, to see that they are comparable travel times. And if comparable, I don't see it being something that would result in any sort of a nuisance with regular routine truck traffic on Millbury Road. I think it's ludicrous.
Did you actually time the trips yourself, or are you just using the apps now?
I've used the Google Maps app, which is something that you are referring to here, on nearly a dozen occasions at different times of the day to come to that conclusion, which has not been shown to be any different from any of the other testimony to show that they are comparable.
But you didn't actually do any tests yourself?
I have not documented any of my own travel time runs from some arbitrary location to the south of 146 to the site.
Now, you were testifying about the trip generation report, and as I recall, initially they didn't break down the truck traffic as opposed to the employee traffic. Ultimately, at your request, they did that.
Yes,
And I think your testimony was that they based their traffic studies on the number of employees rather than the size of the building.
that is correct.
Now, where did they come up with that number?
I do not know. I think it's planned for however they may seek to do different shifts at the facility, but ultimately, I wasn't worried about that number because they properly and accurately, in my opinion, assessed the traffic based on the employee count, when I do believe it's wildly conservative compared to what I would have done if I was preparing a study in using a floor area without knowing the tenant, and if the tenant will have up to 600 employees. In my opinion, I would have used the floor area count and not over-projected the potential for the totality of vehicles that might visit the site. And that's why I'm very comfortable with the conclusions of the study.
And if I remember your testimony correctly, the breakout of the number of trucks was based on a percentage of the employees.
It's based on a percentage of the overall vehicle trips with information that's provided in the IT manual.
I'm sorry. So I understood that the overall vehicle trips were based on employees.
Correct. As an independent variable for determining the total number of vehicles, cars and trucks included, that might visit the site on a peak hour or a daily basis. So that's the independent variable to assess the total number, which I believe they've been very conservative with. From there, whatever that total might have been, ITE provides an estimate of the percentage of trucks based on the total number of vehicle trips that's provided within the ITE trip generation manual.
For warehousing.
Yes, for land use code 150 warehouse.
And does that change if it's a different, for instance, if it's a last mile facility, would those be different numbers?
I don't believe it will materially change. And we've done several reports for facilities that are several times the size of this facility in Fall River, Lancaster, and elsewhere, where we've employed the same rates and the same percentages to come up with reasonable estimates of trucks and how they may be distributed to the adjacent roadway system.
And how accurate were your projections?
Those are projects that are either in the process or being built now.
So you don't know.
I haven't been commissioned to do a monitoring study for them, but I'm very confident.
Excuse me?
I have not been commissioned to do a study, but I'm very confident based on my experience with ITE data on all types of land use codes where, again, as traffic engineers in our industry, we have a wealth of data, but we err on the side of conservatism.
Now, when Sally produced its response to your trip time request, they sent these trajectories produced by these apps. Did you look at the actual times that those apps were used?
No, because I don't believe there was anything documented with them. It was just a preferred route coming from different directions from those 3 different apps.
So we don't know what time they were, we don't know what day it was. We don't know if it was peak hour or non-peak hour.
Correct, but again, I've done my own level of due diligence using the most widely used one as we both pointed to in parts of our dialogue here, again, to understand that it was not necessary to have them do more data collection when it would result in something that would likely be comparable. And if it's comparable, then it gets into those other considerations that I've already mentioned a number of times.
Now, your assessment that if the trip times are comparable, people would not use Welby Road, that's based on your opinion. Is there any studies that support that?
I think I've already answered that several times. And you mentioned people, but employees might operate differently in their own automobiles versus trucks, and I haven't suggested that the automobiles would go elsewhere.
What do you mean?
Your question was people. You defined people,
Yeah.
not a type of vehicle. I'm just clarifying the fact that we haven't suggested that the automobile-related traffic from the facility might take a different route. We've assumed that they're there at a conservative 1 every 2 to 3 minutes. I have no problem supporting that on behalf of the town. But you're mixing the term people with your other questions about trucks. I just want to make sure that it was specific.
Let's focus on trucks.
So what is your question?
My question was, can you point to any studies that show what people do in response, or truck drivers do in response to the circumstances that you described, the generally equal times for the trip?
I'm not aware of any publications.
So there are none, to your knowledge.
To my knowledge.
So it's merely your choice, I guess.
A well-informed opinion,
Without a basis.
in your opinion, Castle.
Well, I asked you for the basis and you're upset there isn't any.
Objection, Your Honor, that's
Sustain.
said.
Sustain. Stand when you make the objection.
I'm sorry, I was trying to.
Okay.
We're getting old.
I know, me too.
When you weren't with us, were you on the sidewalk with us? I can't remember.
I was not able to attend.
Have you had occasion to hike up Millbury Road?
Yes,
So you had an opportunity to experience traffic
I have.
flying down Millbury Road, to Depot Road.
I'm aware of it.
Do you find that to be a comfortable experience?
You're talking about the existing traffic trends out there?
Yes.
I think it's similar to many other streets, like Depot Road and others. You know, it's a windy country road. Streets close to the edge of the roadway, residential nature. I've driven it, I've sat on the edge of it to monitor traffic. I've driven it on personal trips, given that my in-laws live about 10 minutes away. So I'm familiar with it, not as well as the residents that are part of the appeal, but I am aware of the general traffic, having driven it both as part of my assignment here, but outside of the assignment as well.
And you recognize that trucks do currently use that road?
Yes, and that's documented within Sousa's data. And I think on the day of the count, there were 2 over the period of an hour. It doesn't say what type of trucks who they're from, but there were 2 trucks that came down the hill and turned right from Millbury Road onto Depot Road towards the interchange in one of those hours.
But we don't know where they were coming from or where they were going.
No, and it's irrelevant to the study, only to understand that there are some trucks that already use Millbury Road.
You know how wide Depot Road is?
I believe I measured it during the course of our review, but I would be surprised if it was more than 24 feet wide.
How wide is it as it crosses over 395?
Significantly wider.
You hear when, I think Mr. Sully testified it was 80 feet from curb to curb.
I don't recall that exact measurement, but I don't have a reason to refute it.
What's the turning radius of the truck?
Depends on the type of truck and the degree of turns that they're trying to navigate. Is it a very acute turn, or is it
Somebody leaving 75 Depot Road wanting to make a U-turn.
in my opinion, there is insufficient width of the receiving area on the opposite side of the median to accommodate that truck turn for a tractor trailer,
What is that?
based on nearly 30 years of experience in designing intersections.
Give me some numbers. What's the turning radius of the truck?
It would typically need, and this is typically employed as like a spin circle on a site, that you would want no less than 80 to 90 feet to make a 180 degree turn. So given that the entire roadway width is 80 feet, and if you're occupying from a left turn lane, as if you're heading south on 395 and you decide to do a U-turn movement, there would be insufficient room within the paved area to accommodate that. I don't think it would be a reasonable assumption that that would occur routinely.
What's the actual turn radius of the truck?
I just told
You
you.
told me what your design preference is. What I'm asking is what's the actual turn radius of the truck?
I don't have an exact figure, but I can tell you that it's very difficult to accommodate it in less than an 80-foot spin circle to make a 100 reverse direction.
Which is another way of saying that in fact you can make a U-turn in a semi-trailer on an 80-foot wide roadway, correct?
Counselor, I don't believe it would be reasonable to assume that
I
the
didn't
trailer
ask
would,
that. I asked, is it possible?
if you included the entire width of the roadway and the entire width of the intersection, I imagine it is possible, feasible, to make a turn while violating several motor vehicle laws. But I don't believe it would be reasonable to assume that that trend would occur on a normal basis for those that would desire to then go further out of their way to then backtrack to head up Millbury Road to head towards some destination on the upper part of 146. I just don't find that that is reasonable to consider.
Well, what's your basis for your assumption that the only place anybody leaving the 75 Depot Road would go would be Route 146?
No, Council, I'm trying to follow your lead of what you had previously done. Try to define a very finite area of the draw area for trucks arriving or departing from the site that has the possibility of being attractive for truck drivers to use Millbury Road. So in that case, my opinion is that for departing trips, it would be not only more efficient, but would require less illegal moves, for one, and be more feasible to just turn right from the driveway, right on the 395 North, and then depart on Route 20 and do that movement to get back to 146 as primarily right turns in a much more safe and efficient way than the situation that you're trying to present.
Well, humor me. Assuming you're not going all the way to Route 146, you're going to the apple orchard that's halfway there. Would you distribute bushel baskets?
I don't believe that's a reasonable assumption for what would constitute any sort of reasonable situation that would constitute something that would create a nuisance for Millbury Road.
Explain to me how you can dismiss my suggested routes when you cannot identify a single actual route. Why is it not likely that somebody might not be distributing bushel baskets to an apple orchard in Millbury or Oxford?
I think it's possible, Councilor, but I don't think it's something that, in the context of this application, and particularly given the fact that the geometry doesn't lend itself towards that trend, would be a reasonable expectation of the viability of that site for your apple orchard vendor example. So not only that, but again, having these, in my opinion, preposterous examples of what might occur, it is buttressed by the conditions of approval that would seek to not only identify before the certificate of occupancy, like I read from the conditions, but the monitoring and the control process for trying to dissuade or eliminate that potential from happening. So we can have many other examples of some fictitious plumbing supply place that's going to be in the middle of the neighborhood, but I don't think it's reasonable to assume that, given the context of what the applicant has presented and what we reviewed as being a likely traffic scenario and can be reasonably projected for those that might use the surrounding street system.
But you can't identify a single one of those likely uses.
I've lost it. What was your question?
I've suggested two or three potential sources with that destinations based on the real world. You're telling me that these are all unlikely, but you can't tell me what the facility's going to be used for and why they're unlikely. Why are they unlikely to distribute dresses to marshals or Kohl's? Or why are they unlikely to get boxes from Atlas Spots down the road? Or why are they unlikely to distribute bushel baskets to apple orchards?
Well, I didn't say...
What's unreasonable about any of those? Those are all real world things that happen every single day.
If you listen to my testimony about the cloth example, about distributing to the shops at Blackstone, I think that was your example. I didn't say it couldn't happen. I said they're precluded from taking a left out of the site, so they would take 395 to Route 20 and come around. That was my answer.
And how are they going to come back?
In my opinion, both in practicality, but also something that would dovetail with the conditions of approval for somebody that's going to responsibly monitor the site and the town that can oversee it to ensure that it does, I believe it will also be the reverse direction, to go from that facility back to Route 20, which is a stone's throw from the shops, and use ramps that are much more appropriately designed for heavy vehicles like we would see here.
And how many traffic lights do you have to go through to use Route 20?
I believe 2. One's right at the entrance of Blackstone Shops, and the other one's to get on 146 North, and I believe actually there's a third one as you transition to Route 20. So there would be 3 total. Otherwise, it's a free flow ramp system to then.
What about the red lights on Route 20?
Possible, but those are also coordinated for flows east-west along the entire.
So you go through approximately half a dozen traffic lights.
It doesn't mean you sit at them, but DOT has a bunch of Route 20 coordinated so that once you leave one as a red, you get the greens going east-west along Route 20.
How many traffic lights if you go south on 146 and use Millbury Road?
One at the entrance to Blackstone Shops, at which point you can enter onto 146 and then you go through those mini roundabouts and that local street system.
The exit's just a ramp, right? There's
He answered the question, he answered your question.
There's a traffic
You
signal.
go through it, you
No,
go
he
through
said
it.
one light, come on, let's move on. Is this a different question? Are you off the traffic lights or some different?
No, I just want to clarify that in fact there are no lights, so you take the right turn to the shops on 146.
Oh, I thought he said one light, so that's a
There's
question.
one light that backs up through that area that you can slip right onto that ramp. There is a signal that controls that intersection.
But not the right turn on 146.
If it backs up the way I've seen it done, yes.
Right, it backs up. In fact, if you're going down, there's no light to go through when you take a right on 146.
There's no question there, and we beat this to death.
Well, no, I asked you if there was a
You know what,
light.
I gotta tell you, for your purposes, the difference between one light at the entrance to the shops and no light is meaningless. So you don't have to worry about nailing that down.
I think what was more revealing was his testimony.
Okay,
When he decided that, well, there's only a light if you back up the traffic. If you back up the traffic, all these analyses are worthless. And you know, he's making assumptions that he shouldn't be making as an expert, to testify that you go through a light when you don't go through a light. You know, and then he says because traffic is backed up. Well, that wasn't part of the question. The question was there a light? Well, his answer prevaricated essentially. I think it goes to his testimony. So whether it's one light or no light isn't the question. The question is, did he answer honestly? And the answer is no, he didn't.
all right, I'll reserve that for your final argument.
Your Honor, he's attested I haven't answered honestly. Can I reply to that?
Yeah, I guess you should. It's been put out before
The traffic signal that's at the entrance to Blackstone Shops, which I've visited dozens and dozens of times, and I imagine that you have as well, Counselor, that slip right lane to get onto the 146 southbound on-ramp is within, say, 100 feet of the intersection. So it takes more or less 4 cars to block that lane. And that is routinely blocked based on the level of traffic activity that departs from that very busy multi-unit retail facility. And that's based on my personal experience that I've witnessed and how the signalized operations can affect the ability to get into that right turn lane on a regular basis. So that is my testimony.
Let's talk about backed up traffic. Your office is in Worcester, is it not?
I have several offices.
I'll suggest that the office listed on your reports is in Worcester.
Yes,
And you're familiar with Worcester and traffic around Worcester and traffic in Oxford.
yes.
Okay. So you're familiar with the fact that the Mass Turnpike backs up westbound at the 395 interchange regularly, are you not?
It is under construction and it's been particularly bad lately. Yes, it has, Council.
So we say it's backed up regularly for the last 5 or 6 years?
They took out the toll booths. There have been a number of construction projects, but I do not deny that there have been sometimes extensive delays at that interchange.
It's fair to say that if somebody was going to use the Mass Pike on those regular occasions and backups, they'd be highly motivated to use Millbury Road as an alternative.
What direction are you talking about, Council?
If you're coming from the west, or excuse me, from the east,
If you're coming from the east, where?
from anywhere, or from Worcester for that matter.
If you're coming from Worcester, there is no other viable, convenient, efficient routine that I would think would be the trend other than 290 to 395 to the Depot Road interchange. I think although there is highway access from 290 to 146 to take the route via Elmwood, I think it's unlikely that that would occur because although the access to Mass Pike is routinely blocked to come from Worcester during those peak hours, and particularly because of the current construction, the access to bypass that and continue to go south from 290 on the 395 is essentially free flow, and in my opinion, 99% of the time. So as far as regular trends, the ones that we would use to project reasonable distribution of traffic regionally, I feel very strongly that there's no opportunity other than a freak collision that would bind things up to then warrant somebody getting off 290 to use 146 and then back roads to get to this proposed facility. I just find that preposterous.
All right, so then, coming from Framingham, heading west. Right, that's one of your examples, that would be an example. So they're on the Pike, and this is a backed up interchange. Are they more likely to look to use 146, I think, to Millbury Road?
The access from Mass Pike westbound, you can get off to the interchange that is combined between Route 20 and 146 at essentially the same spot. And at that point, I still believe fervently that the trucks would continue to use that option that we've already been pointed to, which is from there, Route 20 west, to then go south of 395.
You gotta say that when the Mass Pike backs up, so does Route 20.
Absolutely has the potential to, but it doesn't mean that it's,
And if you in fact go south of 146 to Millbury, you'll get no traffic ever.
that's I would not say never, because I've experienced traffic on 146 as well.
Almost never.
It does not have the same level of routine congestion once you get south of Route 20 on 146 southbound that you might see acutely at the interchange with the Pike. But again, I've done my own assessments using Google Maps on multiple occasions to understand that the travel trends here are reasonably projected. And even if they're comparable, I don't believe that it would be something that's attractive.
Again, based on nothing, right? Just your
In your opinion,
opinion, but your opinion is not based on any data or any studies.
Is that a question?
Are they?
I've told you that apart from what's been presented from the applicant's team, I've done my own level of due diligence using mapping apps that I customarily use from different directions to be able to understand the reasonableness of what could be considered access to the site. And again, we're not talking about a freak crash or, holiday weekends or the things that would not be normal, customary travel trends for trucks, but one that can be used for the purposes that this is being used for is the parameters for general travel trends for automobiles and trucks that might visit the site. The other examples, and we can come up with 100 more, I don't think anybody in my industry would be contemplating anything other than what Mr. Soley and myself have in our efforts to review and make sure that we get this right. And again, the conditions of approval also afford some protections, that isn't going to be a routine level of truck traffic on the adjacent streets. So
Is this a good time to stop for lunch?
It's a good time.
Okay, great. So we'll stand in recess, we'll come back at 2. Just so you know, courtroom's probably gonna be locked during lunch. Take what you need.
All rise.
Mute on.
Anything you want to discuss, council, before we get going? All right. Mr. Dandre, please retake the stand. You may proceed.
Mr. Danbury, you said you had checked some of these navigation apps, and you said they came to conclusions that the timing was about the same, regardless of which route you used to get the 75 Depot Road.
yes, I personally used Google Maps on several occasions trying to test that preferred route coming from 146 south of the area.
But, no, unfortunately, I have only one copy of this document, and I would like to show it to the witness.
You may have corrections.
Yes, Mr. Danbury, this, can you identify what that is?
It's a Google Maps printout. Handwritten on top is 11/1 on November 1st, 2023 at 4:30 p.m. Providence, Rhode Island to 75 Depot Road, Uxbridge. And it looks like it's suggesting the preferred route based on Google Maps using 146 to other streets connecting to Millbury Road. And there's an alternative. I can't make out what the other timeline is. It appears 50, from this particular example, 57 minutes via Millbury Road and an hour and 3 minutes possibly. It's tough to read given the small print. Via another route through East Douglas out to 395.
What's the time on the most preferred route?
Oh, in the text below, it summarizes it. It says 53 minutes via Route 146 North, Mass 146 North, which I'm assuming is the one shown in blue in the map.
All right, so fair to say that shows time of 53 minutes as a preferred road using Millbury Road?
In this example, on this date, yes, that
Okay.
appears.
Now let me direct your attention to Exhibit 18. And if I can direct your attention to the GPS trajectories that were submitted as part of Sully's response on May 16, 22. And if we look at, we need to direct your attention to the camera GPS routes. It's the first set of routes.
Yes, I see those.
And if you turn to the third page of that, you'll see the Providence, Rhode Island route.
Yes.
And what's the time for that route?
It says 1 hour and 4 minutes for 44 miles.
And now if you turn it to the next set, that's the proper map GPS route. And the Providence, Rhode Island trajectory again.
It says 1 hour, 0 minutes, 44 miles.
And if we look at the final set of proper half GPS routes, what's the time for that?
I don't see a time listed on these.
Okay, so it's fair to say you couldn't use that third one as an example because there's no time limit.
I use it as an example of what was identified as a preferred route.
I think you testified that you looked at all the routes and you decided that the time is essentially the same no matter which app you used. I'm suggesting to you that the third one there doesn't have a time, so you could not have used the time as an example, to compare travel times.
Fair
Fair
enough.
to say?
Yes,
So
there's no time listed.
nothing to compare there. But of the two that I just pointed out, fair to say that the Google Maps shows Newbury Road being 11 minutes faster. And Trucker suggested 7 minutes faster to use Newbury Road from Providence.
Council, we may be comparing apples and oranges, and again,
But
as I
is it
stated
fair to
earlier,
say
this
that
is
based on the evidence that you have in front of you,
You know, he's trying to answer the question, so I think if you let him answer, then you can follow up.
I don't think these are fair comparisons because they were likely done at different times with different timestamps for when they were conducted. So I have no way of knowing with any of these other than the averages of what might be identified as a preferred route, how your example here from November 1st might compare, because, you know, even in this example, for the other ones that I've personally seen, listing Central Turnpike and Sutton Ave as an option isn't listed as an option for your example. So again, it might be apples and oranges, but if we go just based on this evidence that you're putting in front of me, your example, for whatever reason, may show something that is 11 minutes quicker.
and would you say that 11 minutes quicker would be enough to suggest that a trucker might use Newbury Road instead of going around?
You're trying to mix data sources here.
No, that one, I understand that part of your answer. Answer his question, Jerry.
Can you please repeat the question?
Would 11 minutes faster be enough to result in truckers using Newbury Road instead of using Route 20 in the Mass Turnpike?
I think there's a potential for it if it's 11 minutes difference.
Now, let me direct your attention back to Exhibit 18. And again, looking at the trajectories that were prepared by Sully. And again, I'll direct your attention to the first set, manual GPS. And can you tell me when those were taken and what time of day, what date and what time of day?
It does not indicate it. There's a timestamp on it, but not a date.
Okay, what about the next one?
Page 2, Springfield and Hartford, timestamp for
The trucker app
truck map GPS, is that the one?
Okay.
Well, first there's hammer, then there's truck map, and then there's trucker path. So,
To,
Look at truck map GPS.
yes,
Can you tell us what time, date?
somewhere between 8:45 and 8:51, but the date is not listed that I can see.
And once again, we're going to trucker path.
The trucker path examples have a variety of times, midday, one of them is at 8:49 a.m., so it appears a.m., but the dates similarly are not listed.
So, again, let me ask you how you were able to compare your times to the times that solely provided.
Again, as I've already testified, I looked at a number of different examples at different times of day that would inform me of the likely trends. And each of the times that I had personally done it, it was the difference of a couple of minutes. When I looked at the examples provided by Soli, they were supportive of the fact that for some of those apps that might be used by truckers, and without the statistics as you've questioned me before, how many use them? I don't know. I relied on Google Maps to do some of my assessment because it is commonly available. It was supportive of the fact that the likely trends would suggest preferred route at different times of the day that might not be via Millbury Road. But as far as the comparative analysis with times is what I would assess when using Google Maps to do something similar to what you put in front of me here. And it would give me different options that would show different alternatives. And although some of them would clearly show that Millbury Road, as I stated before, was identified in bright blue as the preferred because it was technically the shortest, it was comparable to another route that might be parallel to it, like Sutton Ave and such a turnpike. So given the comparable time periods in the examples that I reviewed, I have no control over what you put in front of me here, and I have no control over what Soli put in, other than being examples of what might inform an opinion about the risk factors associated with trucks to use Millbury Road in a singular direction. So, given those similarities and the options that exist, then given the two or multiple routes, it's not reasonable to me to assume that Millbury Road would be an attractive option for routine truck traffic from one of 6 spokes in a singular direction that would constitute anything that would be impactful.
Do you have any of those study reports?
I do not.
And the data?
I have one that I did last week on my server at work.
I'm sorry,
I have one that I did last week that I saved to my server at work.
you didn't bring a copy.
I didn't think that was appropriate. In fact, it would probably only show similar information to what we've already seen.
So, you do record all these tests that are all these,
Not every single one, no, but I would check them at different times of the day as I testified to make sure that there was no scenario where it was showing something wildly different where Millbury Road would be a routinely attractive option with a, significant difference in travel times. But I can tell you that each time I looked at it, for my own benefit, for my informed testimony to the planning board in Oxford, that I wanted to make sure I got it right, to make sure that it wasn't something that was clearly going to be a preferred route, and it was always within a couple minutes.
a couple of minutes. The one I just showed you shows somewhere between 7 and 11 minutes.
Correct. And That is for a singular direction of one of many spokes of what could be one of multiple paths that would service the site.
And if all of the traffic to 75 Depot Road came from Providence, a significant amount of that might use Millbury Road.
Not in my opinion with the protections that have been put in place.
Let me rephrase that. There are certain times, on certain days, the shortest road from Providence, Rhode Island, or the quickest route from Providence, Rhode Island to 75 Depot Road is by using Millbury Road.
Could be.
Okay. So if all the traffic was coming from Providence, you would expect that some portion of that would in fact be using Millbury Road.
If you're talking about all the truck traffic or every
All
single,
the truck traffic.
then again, you know, I know I've said it half a dozen times, but the likelihood of that given one of 6 different major spokes for regional travel and on a singular direction is not something that I would suggest ever be contemplated as a scenario for a study such as this, or something that I would view. But given that there remains the potential that there are some that might see that and go that route, I don't believe it would be a routine occasion, but with the recommendations we've provided to staff and to the planning board, and they've incorporated and adopted those in conditions of approval, I see that that reasonably mitigates the risk of that happening on a routine basis.
Now, again, you justified, I believe that based on your review, came to the conclusion that there wouldn't be an adverse impact on the neighborhood, and there wouldn't be a nuisance or hazard as a result of traffic. How much traffic would you need on Millbury Road? How much truck traffic would you need on Millbury Road to create a nuisance or an adverse impact?
Well, I understand there's varying definitions of what nuisance is, but with a conservative estimate for trucks that I've seen within this report, one vehicle trip every 2 to 3 minutes would in no way constitute a nuisance in my opinion.
The question is, what would constitute a nuisance?
There's no technical definition to what threshold would constitute that, but my personal belief would be something that would be constant. You know, a dozen trips a minute where it's constant and somebody's going by your door, or if you had something that would be unfettered truck access coming across these properties because of a desired route, if you were in a context different than this site where they were forced to go via one route in and out, that to me might rise to that level, but is it identifiable? Possibly, but does it rise to a level of injury or harm or something that is a severe consequence of something that's just simply noticeable? I think it would be nearly tenfold what we're talking about in this environment, and in no way something related to the context of this project.
Well, if you were walking up Millbury Road, would you find it annoying to have trailer trucks coming at you at 40 miles an hour in the opposite direction?
If it was consistent and persistent, pervasive, then yes, I would find it to be that way.
You're going to say that every single truck that passed you would be an annoyance.
No,
You would be annoyed by the truck going down that road.
no. If it's something that's not routine, constant, and again, there could be an errant vehicle that visits this facility via Millbury Road, and that does not change any of my opinions about the responsibility of the planning board to have reviewed what we all put together and advise them on, and to approve it responsibly, knowing that a one-off truck is not something that should be considered an impact.
So somewhere between 1 and 10 trucks would be annoying.
I did not say that.
Tell me what you are saying, how many trucks would be annoying?
I don't believe there's any potential for routine truck traffic here that would be constituting an annoyance.
I appreciate your opinion. My question is, how many trucks would be annoying?
I don't know how to answer that from a technical level because it's a personal opinion of what might be perceived to be annoying, but I can tell you that it would need to be significantly more than what I can reasonably see from what's been projected. And I just don't see the risk there of that situation.
You don't think truck traffic on Millview Road is a risk?
And not an occasional truck, no. And I believe my comments in my peer review letters talk about avoiding routine truck traffic on these roads, which I think the process has responsibly concluded with protections that routine accommodation for trucks is not going to present itself on Millbury Road.
Now let me ask you about a little bit of that geometry that was so much talked about. If I understood the testimony correctly, the area where the little island in the access road projects into Depot Road is simply painted lines. It's not a raised median or area of any kind, is that correct?
If I could look at the exhibit, I just want to refresh my memory. So I believe you can see the different line types here. This is the physical island. And whether or not this is painted or a combination of scored concrete, it's relatively flush in that area, but either way, that geometry of the island is such that prohibits the ability to make that left turn, and it's complemented by the enforceable regulatory signs.
So assuming that my memory is correct, and Mr. Solly testified that that is simply painted stripes on the street, and not a physical obstruction. We're going to say that it's not difficult for a passenger vehicle exiting the site to make a left turn and cross that stripe area.
As a passenger car, that is much more feasible to be able to do that if they want to violate the regulatory signs.
And also possible for a delivery van to make that left hand turn.
Depending on the size, there's the potential for that, but that would be more of a likely scenario if it was a last mile facility, which has been eliminated as an option both by the town and the applicant.
From a physical point of view, there's no physical obstruction to making that turn.
There's a partial physical obstruction, but your question was, is it easier for a passenger car to do it? The answer is yes. But again, that's why it's complemented with regulatory signs that are enforceable by the Oxford Police Department.
Now, if I was driving a van, a delivery van of some sort, and I did take the right turn the way I'm supposed to, how far do I have to go down Depot Road before I can make a U-turn?
Legally, would be, I believe, down at the southbound on-ramp where there's provisions for the left turns. There, I can't recall if there's a no U-turn sign down at that far end on the west side of the interchange. But it's possible that that is conducted as a U-turn, and it's feasible to do so. The measures that we recommended to prohibit the left-south were focused on truck activity, but again, within Mr. Solly's study, first and second versions, with the full distribution of traffic, cars and trucks included, that total aggregate of vehicles was something that was on that order of what we reviewed this morning in testimony, which bi-directional traffic was on the order of one trip every 2 minutes. So even if some employee leads traffic, does a U-turn down at the other end, it doesn't noticeably affect capacity, safety, or any issues in my mind that might constitute a nuisance, because that measure there was really focused on the truck turns heading back towards that.
Now, I heard your testimony earlier this morning. I think twice, Attorney Bobrowski suggested that making a U-turn would be illegal. Why would that be illegal?
Again, I don't recall if there is already a new U-turn sign down the opposite side of the interchange that's off the view of this exhibit. That would be the only reason why it might be deemed illegal. But as I just testified, even if that sign didn't exist and we have that handful of automobiles that might desire to do a U-turn because maybe they live in the neighborhood, I wouldn't see that as being anything that would be measurably changing any of the findings that were in the report or my conclusions.
But as you said there, you had no reason to believe that making a U-turn on Depot Road would be illegal, as suggested this morning.
I don't have any knowledge to refute it, but as I mentioned to you this early before the break, that I think it's highly unlikely and unfeasible that the trucks would desire to do that. But
Mr. Dandridge, I have all that. You don't have to keep repeating what you said before.
Yeah.
Focus on Attorney Lane's questions, okay?
I think you testified earlier that putting conditions in these kinds of permits is quite common. And I'm wondering if you have any experience with the effectiveness of these conditions that require education of potential truckers, and how effective those enforcement mechanisms actually are.
I don't have any experience with that understanding, because I think the processes that I've been through, whether on behalf of an applicant or on behalf of a municipal body, it's never risen to a point where the study was so wrong that it might have invited that type of question. So, whether it was the accuracy of the studies that were prepared, I'd like to think that it has something to do with the quality of the peer review that's done too, that nothing in my experience has ever risen to a condition that has required that intense degree of scrutiny. However, I'm not one to try to take a chance based on prior experiences, but to make sure that the appropriate things are in place to try to ensure that it doesn't happen. So
to answer the question, you have never studied to see how effective those measures were.
I've never been advised or informed by a municipal client that has said that there's such an issue that warrants that type of review when the controls might not have already been appropriate enough. I don't have that experience.
Okay. So you don't know whether the reason that you haven't been consulted is because the officials just decided not to enforce them, or no problem ever existed.
All I can tell you is I haven't been approached with a situation where they've said, gee, you and the applicant's engineer got it wrong, come out and help us fix it much. For whatever the reason, I don't know that that's ever surfaced that I can think of.
And I think it's clear you testified, you've never actually studied to see how effective they are.
No.
Let me direct your attention to, again, exhibit number 18. figure 5.
Yes, I have it.
Could you tell us what
I
that
don't,
is?
hold on. Okay,
Could you explain what that is?
This is an exhibit from the May 16th, 2022 memorandum from Sousa Engineering with a revised trip distribution pattern.
And lifting attention to the next figure 6 on this next page, could you tell us what that is?
Figure 6 is essentially taking the percentages seen in figure 5 and applying them to the total trips that can be expected from the site. In this case, it's the entering trips from Millbury Road and Depot Road on the other side of the tracks that would proceed towards the site in either the morning or the afternoon peak hours.
Now, if I'm looking at the upper right-hand corner, the direct attention to figure 6. And if I'm looking at the upper right-hand corner, it appears to be a schematic of the intersection of Millbury Road and Depot Road.
Yes.
And then below the Depot Road line, you see 2 arrows, one showing a left-hand turn and one showing traffic straight through. Is that correct?
Going eastbound on Depot Road?
Going east on Depot Road.
Yes.
And I see blanks
Yes.
next to those arrows.
Yes.
So then I do understand that to mean that they're projecting that of the traffic generated by the proposed project, no traffic would go up Millbury Road.
For the purposes of the analysis, yes, or when I reviewed it, I considered it a negligible trend given the need to do a U-turn further down the streets, if that's afforded to them, but it wouldn't be as high, and even though the numbers were still low at that time, they would be diminished from what was originally projected to exit the site in a more regional way to head back towards that area, but I would deem it to be negligible, and that's what Mr. Solly's team had assumed as well.
So well, put it in layman's terms, what you're suggesting is that of the 600 vehicle trips from the distribution center, 0 people are going to go up Millbury Road.
For the purposes of the capacity analyses and all those, yes. Would I expect an errant vehicle here or there? Yes, but I would consider that negligible in the broader context of those numbers.
Where would you expect the employees to come from?
From the trends that were identified generally in figure 5, but they could be coming from Millbury, they could be coming from portions of Sutton, they could be coming from a corner of Grafton and Northbridge. They could be, but for the totality of the trips that might originate somewhere in that area that might seek to go back to that area, it would be somewhere in the order of 13% if they choose not to go a different route once they exit right.
Do you think 15% is negligible?
I think the numbers that would effectively do a U-turn and then backtrack another way instead of seeking one of the alternative routes would not be as high as the 13% and not constitute something that warrants any additional analysis by the Solly team.
So what's the alternative route that, for instance, residents of Millbury Road would use to get home?
Again, I would believe that that would be an extremely small number, something that wouldn't change the context of any of the capacity analyses or any of the recommendations. So the finite absence of a number of 0 there, to me, was appropriate for the purposes of doing the analyses that we ask of applicants like this, because the resultant number is not going to change the results or the findings of anything that I'm going to ask.
I want to ask you a question before you move on. Is this figure 6 based on the final design of the bridge?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can proceed.
So you think 0 is the right number? Is it?
For the purposes of the analysis, yes. If that results in a handful of trips, again, it doesn't change any of my findings. And I'm sure if we wanted to look elsewhere in the report to understand what the level of service was under existing no build and build, I'm sure we would find it would be a remarkably good level of service, at which point a handful of trips that might do a U-turn and head back towards the neighborhood would not in any way change my recommendations for what might occur off-site on that side of the tracks.
I understand that, but my question, is it really reasonable to suppose that nobody is going to make a U-turn and go back home on Millbury Road if they live up there, or if they come to work that way?
I think it's perfectly possible that a small handful of people might do that.
So to use this number of 0 is not really reasonable, is it?
Again, it's not going to materially change any of the findings as it might relate to the capacity impacts, the changes at the intersection with the traffic control that have been proposed to really rectify an existing issue that's out there. It wouldn't change any of the findings, other than having a number in a report that might be a minuscule number that might head back to the neighborhood. Then somewhere north of 0, a small handful of trips, is the most likely situation if they have the ability to make a U-turn down the street.
I think you can move on. Okay, thank you. Read it next.
Andrew, would you look at Exhibit 5 and find Figure 6 in that?
Apologize, what was that?
Exhibit 5, the first TIA that Mr. Solly prepared, and find Figure 6 in that.
Yes.
Are you there, Your Honor?
Yes, I am.
In this iteration of Figure 6, there was no prohibition on left-hand turns, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Solly did assign trips up Millbury eastbound because it was free flow, and it was possible to just count the employee trips or the trips generated by the facility in that Figure 6. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did he assign in the AM peak hour turning left from Depot eastbound onto Millbury?
7.
And what did he assign in the PM peak hour turning left from Depot onto Millbury?
19.
So there's an additional 26 trips in the AM and the peak hour total, which I think the calculations we did before suggest that would be a number of minutes between these vehicle trips. Is that fair?
On average, yes.
When you were just examined with regard to trips coming from 146 and then turning westbound down to Millbury, I didn't hear any corollary questions about trips eastbound down Millbury. Would you expect, with the prohibition in place for left-hand turns, there to be some minuscule number or a large number of trips by tractor trailers eastbound up Millbury?
I've already testified to the fact that I don't see any feasible, normal, routine level truck traffic that would either be able to legally or functionally take a left or otherwise head back eastbound on Millbury Road to head back towards 146.
So you testified earlier as well that there would be unlikely or few trips, if any, generated from Springfield, from Worcester, from Boston, from Hartford, from New London, those 5 scenarios measured in the trucker app, that would likely go eastbound on Millbury.
I find it highly unlikely unless there's a extremely unique situation like a crash or something else that is just disproportionately tying up all the roadways where they may be tempted to go a different route. But again, apps aside, I don't see any functional ability for trucks to leave the site and head eastbound on the old road.
So
The only potential that remains, in my opinion, is the westbound arrival trips as a potentially errant one-off vehicle that might visit the site and probably not want to desire to do that yet.
all right, so for lack of a better way of putting it, have we eliminated 5.5 of the trucker app implementations that, and what we're left with here really is westbound trips off of 146?
Yes, I mean, with the reasonableness of any of the particular apps that you can look at, and what I'm looking at on behalf of the town for the risk that that might mean, to me, it's a very low risk of that potential because it's one journey on one of multiple options for whoever might occupy here where the trucks may come from.
And with the conditions in place, if there are more westbound trips coming off of 146 on Millbury, would that be picked up by the monitoring program that is in place as condition D4?
Yes, the monitoring program or the self-enforcement, self-regulation, I forget the term used. But if it's not caught by the developer's team, the tenant and or the owner, it would be caught in the monitoring program, and then therefore something that is data-driven for trying to respond to that, to mitigate that potential.
And if there are a number of unexpected tractor-trailer U-turns after or violating the prohibition on left-hand turns, would the monitoring program pick that up?
That should pick it up because those are two of the locations at the interchange that would be the most likely opportunities for making a U-turn, even though I've testified that it's highly unlikely that should pick up that trend.
And if there are an unforeseen number of tractor-trailer trips westbound on Millbury, would that play a role in the study that DOT would do with regard to truck restrictions on Millbury?
Please repeat the question.
If there are an unforeseen number of westbound trips coming off of 146 on Millbury,
Yep.
and the town has been given $15,000 to go to the DOT to seek truck restrictions on Millbury, would that play a role in DOT's decision-making process, in your experience?
Yeah, the data tells the story. And those could be trucks, frankly, that come from other sources and not this particular site.
But would it then, if there were an untold number of truck trips westbound, would that cross some sort of threshold that DOT needs to take it more seriously?
It could be. But I think that the idea of the monitoring program is to assess the total activity, cars and trucks that come in and out of the site, but also what those characteristics are at those 4 locations. One of which is the intersection of Depot and Millbury on the other side of the tracks. So that data collection effort through that monitoring program should identify those potential abuses.
And do you read in the monitoring condition the power of the board and/or its agent to impose further restraints on truck traffic westbound on Millbury?
I believe that option exists within the current decision.
And no further questions.
Attorney Lane?
Just to revisit that one question about post-development enforcement. You propose some conditions, including putting up some money to do a study, perhaps using cameras. Fair to say that the planning board has no control over what happens after the permit is issued with respect to traffic.
I do not agree with that.
What control does the planning board have?
Power through code enforcement officer. If there's any property that's not adhering to the conditions of approval that are clearly stated here, in my opinion, it could be a zoning enforcement action. That's if they're doing something that's contrary to the spirit of the conditions that are very well defined, in my opinion, to try to curb that risk. So that if it identifies exiting left turns, say, and they're not already controlled and otherwise enforced by the Uxbridge Police Department, then the opportunity exists for them to review data and then determine that it's either not in compliance with the conditions and therefore there could be a potential cease and desist or something along those lines if they're not adhering to the well-written conditions of approval.
So my question about what the planning board can do, your answer is essentially nothing, but the building inspector might be able to.
That's probably the more appropriate venue for that, but ultimately, if they're seeking a clarifying opinion about what the board had intended with those conditions, there might be some sort of a hearing, but I would imagine the first stop would be the zoning officer if it wasn't with the police department.
Now let me suggest to you that the Atlas Box Company has its main production facility on Route 122A in Millbury. And the most direct route to the 75 Depot Road is right through Millbury. In fact, there really isn't any alternative routes. It doesn't have to go around the traffic circles, it just goes through them. And they decided that they're going to use this proposed facility for some warehousing. And in fact, they decided they're going to rent the entire warehouse. And all their traffic goes from the Atlas Box Company directly to 75 Depot Road. What enforcement mechanism does the town have?
Exactly what I've already identified. I don't think
Well,
Wait, he's answering the question.
a particular Millbury business that might be only a couple miles away is materially different than somebody that might be 60 miles down 146 for the town's ability to enforce the conditions that are already part of the city. So whether it's a local business that seeks to do that or somebody that's in Rhode Island, I don't see it being any different.
how are they violating the permit? By driving a truck from Route 122A in Millbury to the warehouse in Oxford. By use of Millbury Road, what condition is that violating?
You might want to go take a look at those. And we can read through them again, but the understanding that the applicant shall not contribute routine truck traffic to Millbury Road.
I'm not talking about the applicant, I'm talking about Atlas Box.
If Atlas Box has any trips associated with the facility, in my opinion, those are the site-generated trips, arriving or departing. And just because they may have part of their trip that starts or ends at a business on the other side of Millbury, part of that journey starts or ends at this site in Oxford, which is subject to the controls that are already part of the decision. So just because part of their journey originates in, and you say, well, because it was generated by the box company somewhere else, you're still arriving at the facility, which to me is subject to a review of the conditions of approval.
Well, point out to me the prohibition on Atlas Box running its trucks down Millbury Road to 75 people.
We walked through the conditions with direct exam already this morning, but we can walk through them again if you'd like.
I was here when we walked through that. I didn't see anything that prohibited the Atlas Box Company from driving their semi-trailers down Millbury Road.
But there is a condition that talks about not contributing regular routine truck traffic related to the site. And if, in your example, if the box company is in any way using the site, entering on its property, then it's a site-generated trip from this project.
Not generating it. We're driving it from Atlas Box to 75 people.
The term trip generation can mean arrival or departure of trips.
Well, again, refresh me. Show me what the condition is that prevents Atlas Box from driving its semi-trailer down Millbury Road to 75 people.
Is that exhibit one? This is-
Here's exhibit 1, yes. Conditions start on page 8.
First example is B1, under traffic and parking management. The applicant shall diligently coordinate with and educate its tenants, their truck operators, and other vendors and truck operators that may visit the site, visit the property, and monitor access and egress trends to self-regulate truck access to and from the west along Depot Road in an effort to not contribute heavy vehicle truck traffic to Millbury Road in either direction, or the easterly portion of Depot Road beyond the rail crossing. So that singular example defines both arrival and departure of trips from whoever it may be. Yes.
I understand that requires the applicant to coordinate. It doesn't prohibit the Atlas Box Company from driving its semi-trailers down Millbury Road. So keep going. Show me the one that prevents the Atlas Box Company.
Under a level of coordination with the town under B3, prior to the occupancy permit, the applicant, prospective tenant, or tenant shall meet with the town to review traffic and parking calculations. And this would be an opportunity for your specific example to be able to review those potential trends from now a interested and prospective specific tenant to understand the trends as it might relate to the studies and conclusions that were conducted.
I understand number 2 requires a meeting. I don't see that it prohibits Atlas Box from driving its trucks down Millbury Road.
I think we'll be really much more well-served if you just get all the conditions that he thinks answer your question. You can argue to me whether they do, okay? So give me all the conditions that will keep trucks from the Atlas Box Company driving down Millbury Road to get to the site.
Apologize, just going to go through them.
No,
think the only one that we didn't already discuss was the monitoring component under D4 that would provide the data and analysis to document the traffic volume characteristics and classification information, with the understanding that the planning board may consider additional measures or evaluate the potential need for supplemental off-site improvements to town-line intersections. That coupled with the volunteered $15,000 towards truck exclusion study would be other elements that might be fashioned to control truck traffic on the road, in my opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to renew my motion for a directed finding on the issue of standing with regard to traffic.
Motion's denied. Call your next witness.
I'll call the Assistant Town Manager of the Town of Oxford, Mr. Sousa.
All right, just stand here and be sworn, sir. Oh, you were sworn first, Ed? Okay, you're still under oath. Please state your name and spell it, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Sousa, T-O-N-Y, Sousa, S-O-U-S-A.
Mr. Sousa, what is your current occupation?
I'm currently an assistant town manager for the town of Oxford.
And what role did you play before you became Assistant Town Manager?
I was the director of planning and economic development for the town of Oxford for several years.
And how long did you have that, had that position?
2020 till about 2023.
Before that?
Prior to that, I was working for the city of Everett as a director of planning and development in the city of Woburn prior to that.
Could you briefly describe your education as a planner?
Sure, I have a bachelor's in science from the University of Maine, and a master's in public administration from Bridgewater State University.
And
Far from where?
Bridgewater State University.
are you a member of any professional associations?
I am.
Which ones would that be?
I have my certification from the American Institute of Certified Planners.
What does that mean in terms of certification? What is that?
Sure, there's a commitment to the planning profession, a series of continuing education, a standard of ethics, standard of professionalism, and I've been a member of the AICP now for several years.
Is that the highest certification available to planners?
As I'm aware, in my opinion, yes.
Are you a member of any other professional societies?
At the current moment, professional societies, no, not at the current moment. In the past, I was a member of the Massachusetts Planning Directors Association, but not at the current moment.
Have you testified in court before the next witness?
No, this is my first time.
So in the role that you had before as the planning director, or director of planning, what were your job responsibilities?
Sure, my day-to-day job responsibilities were reviewing applications, I should say, preparing material for the planning board, working diligently with other staff as it relates to zoning and making recommendations relative to the zoning bylaws and so on.
Did you coordinate other department heads in their review of proposed projects?
Yes, I should say so routinely as part of my role at the time was coordinating what we call technical review meetings, which is essentially almost a pre-planning meeting, or in this case, a series of meetings. Not unusual to have a series of these with various staff members from various departments, and even the utility companies as well. And also, obviously, through a process under 4453G, coordinating peer review, should a project advance to a filing for the planning board.
And what, in evaluating a project, what standards should you apply?
Sure. In terms of evaluating a project, we would I would look at the zoning bylaws for the town of Oxford.
Any others?
Specifically, the zoning bylaws for the town of Oxford would be the principle that I would look at.
Is the stormwater bylaw for the town in the zoning bylaw, or is it freestanding?
So under the Oxford general bylaws as well, there are some provisions in there that would be pertinent to the planning board's review, including, as I recall, stormwater.
And as the planning director, did you also work with the Conservation Commission?
I did not work directly with the Conservation Commission, but from time to time, again, as I mentioned previously, through the technical review process, we work with the conservation agent on various matters, including guidance with respect to conservation matters.
So with regard to this project, how did you become familiar with it?
Sure, I became familiar with this project probably several years ago through the technical review process, and I am familiar with the plans that were submitted and throughout the series of reviews and throughout a series of this approval process and the prior review.
Did you review the entire application for completeness?
I did.
Did you review the plan set for completeness?
I did.
Did you review the TIAS or the TIS for?
Not in great detail. That would be a situation where I would rely on the peer review experts as it relates to that document.
And did you indeed hire a peer review expert to look at the traffic?
We did.
And what was that gentleman's name?
That was Kevin DeAndre from TEC.
And did you work with Mr. DeAndre while you were going through the permitting process?
Yes, worked with him extensively through that process.
And were his memoranda, the 6, I believe, memoranda, rotated or circulated through the various departments in town?
That is correct, including the fire department, the police department, and DPW, for example.
And did they have comments that they submitted in response to you for the file?
From time to time, there were comments, written comments were submitted. Also, as mentioned earlier, there was a series of technical review meetings, as stated. Those meetings would be called as perhaps a revision to a plan was being contemplated, and we would then bring in the various respective departments to provide comment and review to those plans.
And who are the various players, other than the planning board here, when a special permit granting a special permit is sought in the town? What departments get the circulated file documents?
Sure. So the Department of Land Management includes the planning staff. It includes the building commission. It includes the Board of Health. So all of those entities would receive a plan set. In addition, it would include DPW. It would include fire. It would include police.
And in each and every instance, did those boards receive copies of all of the requisite plans?
Yes.
And I believe that one of the site plan review criteria that the bylaw has is the planning board may withhold approval in unless it's satisfied that all relevant town boards and departments have approved the proposed infrastructure.
That's correct.
Are you
That's
familiar with
correct.
that criteria?
I am.
And in your circulation of this, did anyone raise an objection to the proposed infrastructure at the Oxford Land Ventures?
No objections were raised. And again, the various departments were keenly aware of what we were reviewing. And again, through tech review, through peer review, they participated in the process, and no concerns were raised at the end, I should say.
Was there positive support
I would say so.
by
Yes.
all of the departments, or was
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I would note too that as through the Conservation Commission, they actually approved their element of scope prior to the planning board's approval.
And the Conservation Commission voted to grant the order of conditions, correct?
As I recall, yes.
It was appealed,
I believe it was.
and then the regional office granted a superseding order of conditions?
As I recall, yes.
Thank you. So what, in terms of the work you did with your board, what did you offer them by way of services or expertise?
Sure, in coordination, again, with respect to the peer reviews that took place. With respect to any requests from the board for additional information from various departments, let's say. Would also provide recommendations to the board if they see fit, should the board wish to approve, for example. And this is standard with all different applications that the planning board would receive. If the board respectfully would see fit to approve, perhaps a series of conditions. In this particular case, conditions were shaped through the peer review process, through the deliberations that took place throughout the public hearings and so on, and staff recommendations, department staff as well.
And did you prepare written memoranda for the board?
From time to time, yes.
The first round of permitting here ended in 2022 summer, I believe, with a denial on a 4-3 vote. Can you talk about that? Do you recall writing a draft decision, for example?
There was a draft decision for peer, both at the end the board voted to deny the project at a 4-3 vote.
Did the draft decision or the final decision have conditions in it, or was it just a flat-out denial?
So again, should the board wish to approve, there was a series of conditions that were offered for the board's consideration. I don't recall whether those conditions were actually read through the public hearing process, but the conditions, at least from the staff side, I did have them ready should the board wish to go in that direction.
So you had prepared conditions in case the board voted to approve?
Correct.
But they went the other direction?
Correct.
So then, after that, there was a request for a remand, which the judge granted. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what was your role after the remand?
It was, as I recall, through the collaborative process, through the mediation, we had a mediator on board, court-appointed mediator, and worked through some perhaps outstanding points or concerns through that some of the planning board members have.
And as I recall, roughly about a year ago, the board voted 5-2 to grant the special permit and site plan approval with conditions. Is that your recollection?
That's correct.
And did you have a role in preparing the written decision?
I did, in coordination working with council as well, town council.
I have the decision as Exhibit 1 in your book.
Yes.
You have it in front of you?
Yes.
So, not all of these criteria on page 7 of the decision, I'm sorry, it goes to that page.
Special permit criteria?
Yes, the special permit criteria are listed on page 5 under the italicized caption. You see them?
I do.
So not all of these are in your bailiwick, and some of them have already been answered by our noise expert, Mr. Wallace, and various traffic experts that have testified. But can you indicate to me whether or not under section 5.4.4 criterion is the use as developed will not adversely affect the neighborhood? Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the board's decision will result in an adverse impact on the neighborhood?
I do have an opinion.
What is it?
My opinion is that it will not adversely affect the neighborhood based upon the review of the plans in coordination with our peer reviewer. There's a series of conditions that were put in place.
Do you have any thoughts about the nature of the neighborhood? What is the neighborhood?
Specific to this location, we are within a light industrial zoning district. The parcel itself, I believe, is approximately 134 acres. It is adjacent to 395 and an active freight rail line. The residential neighborhood is directly abutting the rail line.
Is the use of the portion of the property zone light industrial consistent with the neighborhood of light industrial, of the light industrial district?
Yes, as I recall, it's chapter 6, section 1, under intent for industrial districts. One of the first, I believe it's the first line, it's to essentially to optimize the location of light industrial in proximity to highways and rail.
And what do you make of the fact that the neighbors on Millbury Street are zoned residential? Is that a different neighborhood?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the site is an appropriate location for the use or structure? That's 5.4.1.
Yes, I do have an opinion.
What is your opinion?
And as I stated, the use itself is allowed in the light industrial by special permit site plan review. The site is bounded by 395 and also the active freight rail line. And I do feel that the site itself, the use, is appropriate for that location. As I mentioned with respect to Chapter 6, Section 1, it does also meet all of the dimensional requirements and parking requirements outlined for this type of use, which this type of use is wholesale distribution.
And with regard to the on-site design of the facility, did you consider that the location of the buildings and the overall topographical lay of the land was something that took the neighborhood into account?
It did. It also took into account the environmental constraints or the environmental layout. The site itself is located, it's supposed to be located as upland, it's permitted to be located upland. We took great review, and important to note too, I believe it was mentioned previously, if not, I will mention it now, that there was a similar project, not the same, but a similar project years ago that was also approved within this district. I will take note that when the applicant first came in, they proposed the roadway layout in the same location, closer to the tracks, and by default closer to the residential area. At the end, the approved plan showed a roadway that was on the opposite side, closer to 395. And through the tech review process, we're also working with the peer reviewers, looked at that roadway and shaped that roadway, narrowed it down to have less impervious, less impact on the environmental elements. I will take note that Conservation Commission took the initial charge on that for that particular layout, but the planning board also agreed with that layout.
And did you have any conclusions with regard to whether the lighting was sensitive to the neighborhood?
So through the review process, the lighting itself, dark sky principles, we feel were in place. In essence, I'm not an expert in lighting, but I will take note that the site itself focused on layout of LED lights and to minimize any light spillover to the adjacent properties. Further, it was through the review process as well through the state, don't recall the specific document itself, but it was also mention of dark sky principles, which is a best practice, adopting dark sky principles, again, to be sensitive of the context of the neighborhood, of the environment, and to ensure that the lighting is adequate, sufficient, I should say, for the site, but that there's no damaging effect on environment or adjacent properties.
So does the project meet or satisfy the requirements of the local zoning bylaw with regard to lighting?
It does.
And what about lastly, landscaping? Did you review the landscaping to see that if it was sensitive to the neighborhood adjacent to it?
Yes, and the board found that it was, and would take note also with respect to the landscaping, as I recall, this caretaking, and this through site plan review as well, that they're appropriate location for snow removal and location to disposal of snow, and it was optimized within the landscape areas, but also so not to have a negative impact on the environment or the wetland areas.
Thank you. The last criterion I want to ask you about is the site plan criteria. It's 4.6. It says all other requirements of the zoning bylaw have been satisfied. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the project satisfied all other aspects of the zoning bylaw?
I do.
And what's that?
My opinion is yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Sousa,
Hi, good afternoon, Council.
who's your appointing authority?
I'm sorry.
Who's your appointing authority?
So it's a shared appointing authority. The town manager appoints me. I apologize with respect to your question. Are you with respect to my current position or previously? And my assumption is you referred to previously.
Who appointed you to be the town manager of Uxbridge?
I'm not the town manager.
I'm sorry, the town planner.
So So with respect to the town planner, thank you. So with respect to that, the day-to-day oversight responsibilities for my role as town planner and specific town director of planning and economic development, day-to-day responsibilities would be under the town manager, with also guidance and input from the planning board.
And when were you appointed?
You should specify the position, because
Director of Planning.
It was in the fall of 2020.
Now, did you have occasion to discuss this application with the town manager?
Not in great detail.
No. Did you discuss it with the town manager?
I did.
Did the town manager indicate any position with respect to the application?
No, none whatsoever.
All members of the Board of Selectmen, did they ever suggest to you what they would like to see as an outcome?
I'm trying to recall the membership at that time. No.
Now, who selected the peer review consultant?
So I made a recommendation to the planning board with respect to the peer review consultants.
you said you made the recommendation?
Correct.
And was there a request for proposals with respect to that review?
No, it was done in accordance to Chapter 4453G, and which certainly establishes the account to allow for such a peer review. It's within the board's authority to have such a peer review. But did reach out to, for example, Graves Engineering, reach out to TEC, and also another firm which escapes me at the moment, I apologize, but did reach out to several of them. But it's not a requirement under 30B or under procurement law.
Did you have any previous relationship with TEC?
When I was in the city of Everett, as I recall, under my department, there was maybe one or two peer reviews that they performed.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
So you were aware of them from prior experience?
That's correct. That's correct.
What years did you work for Everett?
So I was there in 2014 until 2020.
You had not used them in the town of Uxbridge prior to this project?
Through the planning board, I don't recall. Traditionally, we would use Graves Engineering for review. Graves Engineering cited a conflict.
Now, I think it was your testimony that you didn't review the traffic impact assessment in any great detail.
That's correct. I'm not an expert in that, but I did ensure that the documents were received and distributed appropriately.
Were you on our sidewalk? I don't remember if you were. Were you on the sidewalk several weeks ago at the beginning of this trial?
No, I was not.
So with respect to your assessment that there would be no adverse effect on the neighborhood, with respect to traffic, at least the opinion is basically based on the peer review conclusion.
That's correct.
You didn't make an independent assessment of that issue.
I'm not qualified to make a professional assessment on that.
So you have an opinion as to how much truck traffic on Millbury Road would become annoying or a nuisance?
As I answered previously, I don't have the expertise to answer that. That is why the board did put that out for peer review.
Do you ever have occasion to walk up and down Millbury Road?
I have once or twice.
Have you done it since this proposal came in?
Yes.
And was that just a pleasure walk, or was that in relation to this proposal?
Probably a combination. It was a very short walk.
Excuse me?
It was a very short walk.
You didn't walk to the top of the hill?
No.
Was there any trucks going by while you were walking out there?
I did not notice any trucks going by.
Now, with respect to the zoning bylaw, you were here early today, so you heard an expected discussion about permitted uses in the light industrial zone.
I heard some of the discussion.
And you're familiar with the uses that are permitted?
As yes, but I would have to reference to the use table at this moment.
To do that, I think it's page 26 of Exhibit 2. And that preserves, which it typically does not.
Yeah, it looks like it.
It's old, that old.
And just for clarity, there's, well, it is table 3 indeed, page 26 and page 27.
That is what I'm referring to.
I see.
So with respect to transportation industries, what are the permitted uses here?
So with respect to transportation industries, permitted uses in the,
Light industries,
Thank you.
light industrial zone, I think that's, you testified that's the zone.
correct. So under transportation industries, there are 2 permitted uses, wholesale distribution facilities, and also accessory wholesale and distribution.
Accessory warehouse.
Forgive me, accessory warehouse and distribution.
You know, you're fairly familiar with the bylaw, you're not.
It's been some time, but I am familiar, yes.
Is there any district in which a warehouse is a permitted use?
Under the uses allowed in table 3, I don't see a standalone warehouse.
Now, what do you understand to be a wholesale distribution facility?
So my working knowledge of that pertains to where it falls within the supply chain of distribution. And the applicant has identified through the plans and through their submission to the town and also to the state as having a wholesale distribution facility, proposing a wholesale distribution facility. I believe it was mentioned earlier, without any direct to consumer elements to it.
So tell me what it looks like.
Well, typically under a wholesale, you would have a warehouse with loading docks, trucks, cars, various operations, various hours of the day, weeks.
And what's going on? I mean, people are coming and going, trucks are coming and going, but what?
Unloading of items.
How's that different than a warehouse?
I didn't say it was.
I object to this land question for the reasons we stated in the side of our conference. This is an issue that is.
Where are we going with this?
Well, we're back to the question of what's the actual use of this building going to be, and what's the analysis based on?
What analysis?
Traffic generation, impacts.
All right, so he has nothing to say about traffic generation. He said he's not a traffic engineer. That's what the peer reviewer was for, and we certainly went through with that appropriately so. He's not qualified to discuss traffic in the least except to say, I did what the peer reviewer said.
I understand that he is presumably in a position to tell us what a wholesale distribution facility is.
But why? What? This is what I don't understand. What's the relevance of it? Are
Well,
are we challenging that this is not an allowed use?
no, we're challenging that they have done a complete traffic impact analysis based on a faulty proposition. What this is actually going to be.
Well, I think there's somewhat limited that he can get. You can ask him some more about a warehouse versus wholesale distribution facility and his understanding, and then we'll move on.
So could you provide us with that distinction, the difference between a warehouse and a wholesale distribution facility?
I don't believe I could provide you any more than what I just stated.
So you don't know what the actual use is going to be.
I'm aware what the use is, as was submitted in the application, as was approved by the decision, is once again for a wholesale distribution facility.
But you don't know what that is.
In terms of what is proposed, it consists of a warehouse with loading docks and parking and trailer parking and vehicular parking.
So you have no idea what's going to go on inside the building.
Activities pertaining to a wholesale distribution facility. Those would be the activities that would take place inside of the warehouse building.
At any time during the presentation to the planning board, was there ever discussion of what actually could come within that definition in terms of what you would actually be receiving and shipping out? What kind of material?
Not that I recall, no.
You're going to say that the bylaw does not actually provide a definition for a wholesale distribution facility?
That is correct. There is not a specific definition for wholesale distribution facility.
Now, if there's a definition for a freight terminal,
No, not to my knowledge.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Anything?
Just a couple of other questions. Is there a definition for distribution facility? Look at page 67 if you want to alphabetize it.
No.
Is there a definition on page 70, just to make it easier for warehouse?
There is not.
No further question.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sousa.
Thank you.
All right. Anything? Next witness?
The private defendant, and I assume the planning board as well, right? Planning board also question on it.
Thank you. Attorney Lane?
We'd like a 5-minute recess.
Sure. We'll take 5 minutes.
All rise. Court, all rise.
Mute off.
Back up, please.
Attorney Lane? Okay, so what we're gonna do is, get the transcripts, and then we'll set a date for, submitting post-trial briefs, and a date for coming back for closing arguments. Generally, I want the post-trial briefs the same day, because you can use the closing arguments for responding to each other's post-trial briefs. Hopefully I can set some dates now. I don't know, Pam, if you have an estimate.
Probably like 1%.
All right. So, based on that, I would say, I'm going to try to set a closing argument date. How is, how's June 12th at 11?
For the post-brief submittal argument?
For the closing argument, I would say the briefs would probably be due roughly June 4th or 5th. I'm sorry?
June 12, I have a trial in this.
Oh, okay. All right, so I'm gonna say, we'll call it June 5th for post-trial briefs. If for some reason that turns out to be too short, I'm happy to extend it. And then, so is that, That's June 25th.
That works for me.
That's it.
I'm a little lost on which one this is. Is this the argument or the submittal of the brief?
This is gonna be the this is gonna be the argument,
So that's the 25th of the argument.
yes. 10 o'clock.
And is it the brief that's due on the 5th?
Yes, but that'll give you a little cushion if it turns out it's too short a time. You can certainly ask to extend it as long as I have at least, so I have some time to read the brief. But we'll keep it on the 5th as it is. Okay, and that'll be live, the closing arguments will be live here. Okay? I want to thank you, gentlemen, for well-tried case. It's got everything, I think all the evidence I need for deciding this, but I look forward to your arguments, and then I will take it under advisement. All right, thank you very much. We're in recess.
All rise.